Can you hear me, Leanne? Well, I couldn't hear you. I must have my volume turned down.
Well, duh, helps if I unmute myself.
Oh, there you go. I thought it was me.
I said I could hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Madam Chair.
How are you? Apologize for my casual attire and to spend the morning on a construction site, so I just didn't have time to run home and look like a lawyer, so I apologize.
Where's your hard hat?
Well, it's laying on the floor. I can't put it on because, but anyway, but I can show you. Here you go, just for you.
A white hat. Now, lawyers aren't supposed to wear white hats.
Okay, all right. Some of us are okay, Mike. Do we have everybody? I see Mike. Are we the only board members? Oh, wow. Oh, no, there's Randy. I see Randy. Okay, I see Randy. I see Tom Stiller. He's black. I don't see him in. Randy, how are you?
I'm good. I was also on site this morning, so it was a busy day.
Yeah, you do this. I do this somewhat depending on what's happening in my world, but
I'm out there every week.
oh, you have your own hard hat, right? And
I do.
steel-toed boots, right?
And my own, neon orange vest.
I have one of those too. That's all right. It's good. Actually, I don't mind doing it. It kind of gets you outside every now and then. So I sit behind.
Agreed.
I sit behind a desk a lot. So.
I don't seem to be able to get my video to go here. I don't know why.
Leanne, can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Okay.
And the more people that get on, the more nervous I'm getting. So
Yeah, so what we do is we kind of all stay mute. I mean, I don't because I chair it. So, but we'll control that. People are pretty good about being quiet. And that's a lesson to me to turn my phone on do not disturb. I forgot to do that.
are you I have the docket.
Oh, yeah, so I swear everybody in for you. I do all that. And then I have the docket, but there's several cases on the docket there's continuances today. There's like 12 or 13, I forget how many. So I'll take all those up first, and then we'll go to the first case that we have. That's an actual case that we'll hear today. So even though there's a lot on the calendar or on the docket, Leanne, it's not as bad as you think.
Right. I've talked to Lisa this morning.
Yeah, I know it's hard enough to do this remotely anyway, right?
It's hard enough in the council chamber.
I know.
It's
It's actually a little bit, I don't know, maybe not so echoey. I don't know. So,
yeah, we discussed that too, that there probably wasn't going to be an echo doing it like this.
right.
I'll try to be quiet, but I'll have to pipe in if I lose audio or.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to go on mute, so you know what I mean? So you're not whatever. And so, but just give me a high sign. I can see you. So if you need something and you want to go on, if you do that, I'll know to take a pause. Okay.
The one thing I
help with the noise.
The one thing I would ask is when there's a vote is if everyone can say like Kelleher, yay, Kelleher, nay, or, so I know who's talking.
Okay.
I just remember that a lot of that comes really quick, and I'm trying to figure out who's saying what.
Yeah. So what I do is I always acknowledge the person who makes the motion, so you have their name, and I always acknowledge who seconds it, so you have that name, and then we'll have to try to help you on the other part of it.
Okay.
And I see Mr. Ebbets is with us now, so we have a quorum. Was Tony going to join us today?
Do you have my audio?
Yes, Tom, we can hear you just fine. We just can't see you.
I'm going to restart my computer because for some reason the camera doesn't seem to be working at the moment.
Okay, all right. You have time. That's right. We're still waiting to see. I don't know. Lisa, are you on? Yeah, I see her. Lisa, is Tony coming today?
I haven't heard from him, so
You have not. Okay.
I would assume so.
Okay. Well, it's already past 1, so I'm kind of surprised he's not here. Oh, there's Tony. Hi, Tony. So as soon as Tom reconnects, we'll get started. He's having problems with this video. Tony, I love the way you disappear into your background every now and then, depending on how you move. It's freaky. It's like you're kind of a magician.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
How you doing, Tony?
Good.
Guess who's got a birthday on Thursday?
I wouldn't
Happy
know.
birthday, Teresa.
Thank you, Mark. I always laugh. It's always good to have another birthday as I'm wearing my honorary pink band today.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Nothing like a history of that makes you happy to have another birthday.
That's right. Happy birthday.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. Another year older, maybe not wiser.
It's always time for a celebration, Teresa.
Sure, right? Who needs, any excuse, right?
Right.
We're all good.
And Miss Otto, remember the word celebration when you get home tonight.
Okay, well, yeah.
It'll be fun. You'll like it.
It'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get to pack to go out of town, so
Ah.
I will not be in Kansas City for my birthday. So. Okay. I don't see. I don't.
Where's Tony? Or not Tony,
Yeah,
but,
Tom's not back though yet.
Let me see if he's.
He's having trouble with
Excellent.
his computer. And there he is. He's coming back.
Oh, there I see him. Yeah.
He's connecting. Let's just see if it works. He was having trouble with his camera.
Hey, Teresa, are we gonna do all the continuances to start?
Yes, I think so, because that way we can move more easily. I mean, it'll be out of order, but it'll be faster if we do that.
Right.
I'm sure staff is monitoring this, but one of the applicants has a question in the chat. Joe, have you seen that?
I have not seen that, but
Yeah.
I do. Nicole is helping us answer some of those, so perhaps
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
she can help that customer.
someone has seen that. I think he's on the very last application or something,
Okay.
but if somebody could answer.
Oh, yes, we did. Mr. Berlin, we did answer him.
Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure. I can't tell which ones have been read and which ones have not.
Thank you.
No problem. Tom, can we hear you? We can't see you, but can we hear you? We could get started if we can hear you.
I think I've lost the audio now.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's some unknown camera that the computer is detecting and it's not mine. So I don't know what's going on. I'm not able to get video.
Okay, but can you hear us okay?
I can hear and see you loud. Yes.
Okay, so if you want to speak, just, let me know if you have a question. We'll just try to do it this way, okay?
Okay. We'll manage, I guess.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. Technology is never perfect. All right, are we ready to get started, everyone? Leanne, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon. We are here today and we welcome you to the Board of Zoning Adjustments hearing for October the 13th. We thank you for joining us today. We appreciate your continued patience as we do our work via Zoom. We've kind of managed to do this quite well now for several months. I'm going to have Joe give you sort of an overview of how we handle the procedure online, and we'll try to get through this as efficiently and in an organized manner so our court reporter can stay on top of all of our comments and statements. Please try not to talk over each other, and that will help me tremendously in making sure we have a clean record. So with that said, Joe, would you give them the specific rules?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for joining us today. There's just a couple basic ground rules. As time goes by, we find that more people have familiarized themselves with Zoom and they kind of understand the toolbar. So if there's any questions about that, I won't get into it, but if there's any questions about that, feel free to chat us. If you're an attendee in the meeting, which is essentially everyone but staff and the board members, you will be promoted when your case is called. So whenever your case is called that you're interested in it, and if you're the applicant, please go ahead and raise your hand right away and we'll get you promoted over to a panelist position. As well as if you're just interested in providing testimony, we will also promote you over to a panelist position so that the chair can address that up front. If you just have a question, also feel free to raise your hand. It's not your case and we'll try to chat with you to answer that question. The main thing to keep in mind is just to keep yourself muted unless you are wanting to speak, and otherwise just unmute yourself when you're ready to speak. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Joe. That being said, then let's begin with today's docket. For those in attendance, bear with us. We're going to start with those cases that are on our docket that I think have a continuance request, and there are a number of them. So this will be for an efficient handling of cases today. The first case that I see on the docket that has a continuance is actually item 1. The case number is 11457 with an address of 3808 East 78th Street. Is the applicant present or is staff handling this continuance? Mr. Huey?
Staff doesn't really have a presentation, but the applicant is present to just provide the excuse me, the board an update on the progress of the remediation thus far.
Okay. Is Mr. Clavoon on?
I've just promoted him.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Clavoon, could you unmute yourself? I see you're in a darkened square with no sound, no video. Up there you are. I see you, sir.
You.
All right. I'm gonna swear you in, Mr. Clune and Mr. Huey at the same time. I haven't sworn in all of staff, and I should have done that. I've made that little error, but let's just do this. Could you both please raise your right hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your names for the court reporter. I think she can see your names in writing, but.
Christopher Huey, staff planner.
And Mr. Clavoon.
And Phil Clavoon for the applicant, Mr. Frank Hosel.
And Mr. Clavoon, what's the continuance request today?
I believe the staff is in agreement with this to December 8th.
Okay.
We're making progress. Mr. Hosel was in the hospital last week. I'll just leave it there. But he does have people who are working for him on this. When we were last here, we had an equipment breakdown. He purchased a new piece of equipment, several $100,000, and it promptly broke down. It's fixed. They've excavated more. They're within a few feet of making the connection. And so we really anticipate that by December 8th, we will have that part done. And then I believe, it's my understanding then that the city will support a rezoning on this property once we get that done.
Okay. So no opposition, staff supports this, correct? hearing all that, any questions from board members? And there is a required quorum of Mr. Banuki, Mr. Ebbets, myself, and Mr. Stiller. So could one of you make the motion?
Madam Chair, Mark Evans here. I'd like to move this case to December 8th, 2020 with no fee.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor on the quorum say aye.
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 And chair votes aye. All board members approve. All right, thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Clune. We'll see you in December.
Happy birthday, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. I think I'm going to hear that now, thanks to Mr. Ebbets. He's going to make my day happy. I think there was a method to his madness. Anyway, all right. Thank you, Mr. Colboon.
Thank you.
All right. I think the next case on the docket that's a continuance is docket number 2, case number 95. The address is 9615 Grandview Road. Is the applicant online? And this is, I think, Shu has this case. Is that right, Shu?
Yep. This is Shu's case. I don't see the applicant among the list of attendees.
Okay. All right.
I don't, yeah, this is my case. I don't believe the applicant is online.
Okay.
So the applicant does have a pending MPD case that's going to the City Planning Commission.
Hey, Shu,
Therefore,
can I interrupt you for 1 minute? Can I swear you in? Sorry.
all right.
I haven't done that. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead. State your name for the court reporter.
Shu Wood, staff planner.
Okay, go ahead.
So the applicant has a pending case that's going to the City Planning Commission that might resolve this appeal. Therefore, staff recommend a continuance to December 8th without fee.
Okay. And there's no one else online interested in this case, correct?
Madam
Not
Chair,
as
no one has
listed.
raised their, this is Joe Rexwiggle. No one has raised their hand, Madam Chair.
Okay. That being said, do I have a motion? There's no quorum on this case.
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And chair votes with the motion. That carries with myself, Mr. Kelleher, Mr. Ebbets, and Mr. Stiller, and Mr. Banuki. All right, the next case that there's a continuance motion on is number 4, docket 4, case number 31. The address is 8712 North Indiana. Is the applicant present? Is Ms. Jensen online?
She is, and I'm promoting her right now.
Okay.
And she may want you to call docket 5 with it as well. They're related.
I saw that. Okay, I'm going to call docket number 5 as well. That case number is 32, and the address is 3798 Northeast Berry Road. Ms. Jensen, I see your square. There she is. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Trying to figure all this out.
Yeah, that's right. Ms. Jensen, would you raise your hand and I'll swear you in? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, could you state your name for the record?
Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue, here today on behalf of the applicant.
Okay.
This is a case that's been pending for several months. Recently, we worked with the city council and the staff to amend the code to provide the council the authority to grant a deviation. We're still working through that process. So that's the reason for the continuance to November 10th.
Okay.
Ms. Jensen, would December 8th be better for you?
December 8th is fine too. Yes, that's fine. Either one. Hopefully we'll have it resolved before the 10th, but never hurts.
Okay. I will disclose to the board, I should have said this, I'm going to have to miss our November 10th meeting because of a personal conflict. So if I'm in a quorum on a case today, fair warning, I'm probably going to encourage people to move it to December. So
December is fine with me too.
okay. Is there anyone online who is in opposition to continuing it's both cases, correct, Ms. Jensen?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is there anyone online who is in opposition or support that wishes to speak on this continuance request on dockets 4 and 5?
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Thank you. Hearing no opposition, do I have a motion for continuance from a board member?
Madam Chair, Mark Ebbets here. In case number 31 and case number 32, I move these be continued to December 8th, 2020 with no fee.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And chair votes with the motion aye. Again, Madam Court Reporter, that's myself, Mr. Keller, Mr. Banuki, Mr. Ebbets, and Mr. Stiller. All right. Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Let's move to the next case that has a continuance, and that is docket 6, case number 24, with an address of 13423 Charlotte Street. Is the applicant online?
Madam Chair, I don't believe the applicant is online. If you are, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Chris.
Mr. Huey, this is your case, correct? Okay, go ahead.
That is correct. Yes, we've been working with the applicant of choosing a different application type. We're still kind of working through the details of that. So we're requesting this be continued to December, actually, and with the hopes of dismissing this one in the future.
Okay. Is there anyone online who's in opposition to this continuance?
No one is raising their hand.
Thank you, Joe. Hearing that, do I have a motion to continue this matter without fee until December 8th?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And chair votes aye. Again, Madam Court Reporter, the same quorum list as I previously gave you. Let's move on to the next continuance motion, which is docket number 9 with a case number of 42 and an address of 5100 North Highland Avenue. Is the applicant online? Is this connected to docket number 10 too?
Madam Chair, this is Zach Nelson. Yes.
Okay.
Docket items 10 and 9 and 10 are sort of companion cases, and the applicant has requested continuance for both of these to allow for revised plans.
Okay. All right. Mr. Nelson, let me swear you in. I don't think I have. I'm going to call docket item 10, which is case number 43 with an street address of 6400 Northeast 52nd Street. Mr. Zach, if you'd raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And I see Brian Hochstein is on too. Brian, can you, oh, yep. Can you state your name, Brian?
Brian Hochstein with MKC Engineering.
And can you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a continuance request on both of these cases, correct?
That is correct.
And to what date? I'm sorry, Zach or Brian. What's the request?
November 10th.
Okay. All right. Anyone online who opposes this request for continuance? Hearing none.
Yeah, there's no one, Madam Chair.
Okay. Hearing none, board members, I would entertain a motion to continue these matters until November 10th.
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion, and this is continued to November 10th. Thank you. Madam Court Reporter, same quorum list. All right, let me see. The next case that's being continued is item Docket item 15. The case number is 21. The address is 4720 Jefferson Street. Is the applicant online?
Madam Chair, I do not believe the applicant is joining us today.
Okay. And Shu, is this your case again?
This is my case. The applicant did send a formal request to staff to ask for a continuance of the docket due to their construction schedule has been pushed back.
Okay. So is there anyone online who opposes this item being continued off our docket?
No one is raising their hand.
Hearing that, do I have a motion from a board member to continue this matter off docket?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki, and do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued off docket. Again, Madam Court Reporter, same quorum. The next case I see that's being continued or requested to be continued is docket item 16. The case number is 38. The street address is 10636 Waldron Avenue. Is the applicant online?
Madam Chair, this is Patty Knoll, City Planning and Development Department staff. The applicant is not online.
Okay, Patty, can I swear you in?
Yes.
Sorry, can you raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead.
And Madam Chair, the following two cases are related.
Oh,
All
that's
three-
right. They're on a different page. Okay, let me call those two then. It's on a different printed page. I didn't notice that. So let me call docket items 17 and 18. Those case numbers are respectively 39 and 40. The addresses respectively are 10638 Bells Avenue and 3501 East 106th Terrace. Okay, Ms. Knoll, go ahead and tell us what the request is.
The request for all of these cases is currently continuance to the meeting of November 5th, I believe.
Okay.
And that is because the applicant has not completed their public engagement requirements.
Okay. Is there anyone online who opposes this continuance?
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay, hearing none, I would entertain a motion to continue these three matters without fee until November 10, 2020.
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to the 10th of November without fee. And Madam Court Reporter, same quorum. I think the final continuance I see on today's docket is item 25, case number 35, with an address of 1211 McGee Street. Is the applicant online?
Madam Chair, this is my case and you haven't sworn me in yet.
Okay, sorry, because you weren't giving testimony. Would
That's
you raise
right.
your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and I think for her, she understands who you are, but state your name, please.
Yeah, I'm Joe Rexmickle with City Planning Department. I don't believe the applicant will be joining us today. They're in the process of revising plans before this can even go to CPC. So we need to continue this. The current request is to continue it to November 10th.
Okay. Anyone online who's opposed to this continuance request?
I don't see anyone.
Hearing none, do I have a motion to continue this matter without fee till November 10th?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued. Again, Madam Court Reporter, same quorum. All right, let's go back now on the list and start handling cases that need our attention and a decision. I think we need to go back to docket number 3, which has a case number of 136. The address is 700 West 44th Terrace. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be recognized?
I'm promoting Doug Weltner, and Aaron March has also raised his hand, so I'm assuming he's affiliated. I'm promoting him as well.
Okay. Mr. Weltner, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Teresa. I can hear you.
Okay, well, I can't see you, but I can see a dark square now. Mr. March, are you counsel for Mr. Weltner?
I am counsel for the applicant, correct?
Okay, all right.
I also have with me Emily Weltner.
Okay, all right. I need to swear all 3 of you in. Do you guys have video?
I do. My video should be working.
Yeah, no, you're just dark squares. I see Doug and Emily now. I see them. Why don't you two go ahead? I'll swear you in while Mr. March is working on his. Would you please raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, could each of you state your name for the record, one at a time, please?
I'm Emily Weltner.
Doug Weltner.
Okay, thank you. I see you. Yes, Mr. March. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, could you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Aaron March. Address is 4510 Bellevue, Kansas City, Missouri, attorney for the applicant.
Okay. Let's deal with the staff report and administrative exhibits, Mr. March. I assume you've read the staff report connected with your client's request today.
I have, and I have no objection to the staff report or any of the exhibits attached, referenced in it.
Okay, with that statement, I will admit exhibits 1 through 9. Before we hear testimony or hear from Ms. Wood summarizing this application for us, is there anyone else online who is here to either support or oppose this request for variance?
Madam Chair, no one is raising their hand.
Okay, all right. That being said, Shu, would you please explain what this case is about, and then we'll hear from Mr. March.
That's good. I'm going to share my screen. I have a brief presentation here. So this is the variance application in front of you. Here's the general location of it. More specifically, it is located on the northwest side of West 44th Terrace in Jefferson Street. You probably have seen some variance cases on this block already. So this is another new single-family house they're constructing. This is the view looking north from Jefferson Street. The subject site is located on your left hand. And this is the view looking south from Jefferson Street. The applicant proposes to demo the existing house and build a new single-family house on the site. The applicant will close the curb cut along Jefferson Street and propose a new driveway from West 44th Terrace. The applicant proposed a street side yard setback that does not comply with the code. These are some elevations. This is the rear elevation, and on the top right is the right elevation, which I believe is the elevation that's facing Jefferson Street. And at the bottom left, this is the left elevation. And then the bottom right is the front elevation, which is facing 44th Terrace. So the minimum required street side yard setback is 15 feet. The applicant is proposing a 6.2 feet street side yard setback. Therefore, a 8.8 feet variance is requested. That shall conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Shu. Mr. March, why should the board grant those variants?
This is another one in a series of cases that the board has heard in the Plaza Westport neighborhood where we have very small lots historically when these houses were built, they were built conforming. They're just small lots, but the zoning regulations have changed. So the ability to build on any of these lots in a manner consistent with the current code simply doesn't exist unless you build a very skinny house, which simply is impractical. So there's a practical difficulty by virtue of the existing platted lot, and the unnecessary hardship is imposed by the inability to satisfy current code. I have a very, very brief PowerPoint presentation. Much of it is duplicative of staff's presentation. I'm happy to share that with the board if you'd like. I'll stop there and ask if the board would like to see the presentation.
Board members, do you wish to see further information about the layout of this new or proposed home, or do you understand it from Ms. Wood's presentation? I think
I'm good with she would.
I think that most people understand this, Mr. March. So unless there's something different from what Ms. Wood said, I think we understand the setback issue.
No, it's a very simple setback issue, but one unique characteristic of this lot that sets it apart from the previous cases is if you notice from the pictures and staff's presentation, the site is actually elevated from the street. So while there will be a minimum 6.2 foot setback, the house will be set back and up. So there will be a greater sense of openness as compared to the other side yard variances which you have recently approved.
So how much, so there'll be 6 foot, what's the distance from the?
There's a 15-foot side yard setback required, and we can only figure out a way to get 6.2 feet. So the variance requested is 8.8 feet.
Okay. All right, does the board have questions of the applicant? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Yes, Mr. Ebbets?
Thank you. In case number 136, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in accordance with site plan and staff report. And correct me, it's 8.2 feet variance, or was it a little bit greater? I can't remember.
8.8.
8.8, yes.
So 8.8 is the variance.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
March, and to the webinars. All right. Madam Court Reporter, it's going to be the same quorum until I tell you. Randy may have to sub in depending on what happens, but does that help you making your notes? Okay.
Yes, so it's everyone but Ms. Mixtor, unless you tell me otherwise.
And
Okay.
if someone says nay, I'll clarify that with you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to try to simplify this a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Okay, let's move on to the next case that I have that we need to address, and that is docket item number 7, case number 69, with an address of 937 Wyoming Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
Madam Chair, I'm promoting the applicant.
Okay. Sir, can you state your name?
Yes, my name is Elvis Acapol, and I'm with BNIM Architects.
Okay, Mr. Acapol, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I'm going to recuse on this case.
Okay, Mr. Stiller, you're recused. Ms. Mixdorf, you're on deck. All right. Is there anyone online who's here to either support or oppose this request for a variance? Yes, Ms. Henderson. And are you here to support or oppose?
Support.
Okay. So what I always tell folks that are here in support, we'll let you speak if you wish to do that. If Mr. Akapol is doing a good job, you don't have to do that. But if you decide to speak, we'll swear you in at that time. Okay?
Great.
Is there anyone else online interested in this case?
Madam Chair, no one else has raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Akapol, have you reviewed the case or staff report on this matter?
Yes.
Okay, at the bottom of that report, the last page, immediately above Mr. Huey's signature, there's a list of 10 administrative exhibits. Those are items connected with the case today. Any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider?
No objections.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. And Christopher, when you're ready, let us know a little bit about this case.
All right. I'll get my slideshow up here in just a second. All right. Before us, we have a pretty straightforward variance request for the setback of the proposed monument sign for the West Bottom Flats. The property is at 930 Wyoming Street, and the property is zoned DX10, which is a downtown mixed-use district. The standard setback for all monument signs is 10 feet. The proposed monument sign setback for this particular one is 3 feet 4 inches. And as you might guess from the title, it is located in the West Bottoms. This is Wyoming Street right here, and this is, I believe it's St. Louis Avenue going east and west. So the proposed site is part of a larger redevelopment of some historic warehouse buildings into some multifamily uses with some ground floor mixed uses. This Bemis building has been converted into a parking structure, automated parking structure, to serve the development as a whole. As part of this project, they're looking to place a monument sign here, which is kind of the primary entrance to the site and serves as the primary parking access point for the area as well. Here's a conceptual plan of the proposed sign. And the applicants provided a good job of the site photos and surrounding properties. So this is standing on St. Louis Avenue, looking kind of north, I guess be northwest at the parking garage structure. The second photo is on the site looking due south. This is again on St. Louis Avenue, looking more north and east. And for context, the temporary sign that you see there is where the proposed monument sign will be. This is just looking due north through the parking area. A bit of a more zoomed out view of the parking structure. Looking pretty much due west down St. Louis Avenue. And then looking more southerly at the building across the street, which is a shipping warehouse distribution facility. So as kind of stated in the staff report, the applicant seeking a variance of 6 feet 8 inches to allow the placement of their monument sign in the median in between the public right-of-way and the parking lot to be set back a total of 3 feet 4 inches from the front property line. With that, I would conclude my presentation and stand for any questions or applicant presentation.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. Mr. Akpol, why can you not meet the 10-foot setback?
Because placing it on the 10-foot setback would impede on the parking lot that we have for the residents to use and would reduce the number of parking spaces we need to allow the project to work.
And how many parking spaces are you required to have?
We're providing 1 space per unit.
Do you
So
have any,
that's,
do you have any excess parking spaces?
no,
Okay. Have you discussed this sign placement with your neighbors?
I have not.
Has anyone come to you and voiced any concerns about its placement?
No.
In the staff report, sir, there is a list of 11 conditions that the staff is asking that we consider if we grant approval to this case. Do you have any objection to those 11 conditions?
No.
All right. Board members, do you have questions about this request?
Elvis, I've got a quick question. What is
Yeah.
an automated parking structure?
So rather than have a ramp that a tenant would be able to drive their car up, the garage is managed by valet service, and there's an automobile elevator. So there's humans that are, making sure everything's working and pulling the cars in and out of the garage. But the key difference is the elevator takes the cars up from level to level.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, hearing no other questions, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, in case number 69, I move that the application be granted in accordance with the staff report and site plan and subject to all conditions contained in the report.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion and it carries. It's been granted. Madam Court Reporter, that's the same quorum except exchanging Mr. Stiller for Ms. Nixdorf. Thank you, folks. Good luck with your new project.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next case, which is docket number 8. Case number 41 with an address of 9201 North Indiana. Is the applicant online? Yes, I see Mr. Hochstein is here. All right. Brian, can you turn your microphone on? Thank you. Can you state your name on this case?
Brian Hochstein with MKEC Engineering, representing the North Kansas City School District.
And we're going to swear you in just one more time. Would you raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online today who's either interested in supporting or opposing this request for a special use permit?
Madam Chair, I see no one raising their hand.
Thank you, Joe. Zach, is this your case?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Brian, have you reviewed the staff report connected to this case?
I have.
Okay. Do you have any objection to my admitting the administrative exhibits found on the final page, numbering 1 through 12?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 12 will be admitted. And Zach, if you would present for us your information.
Zach Nelson, city planning staff. So this next case is located up north, just on the western edge of the Shoal Creek area. A little more specifically, this is a large parcel and includes the Gateway 6th grade center and also Northview Elementary. So the project we're looking at today is this westerly building. This is the Gateway 6th grade center. I don't think it's labeled correctly on the docket map, but this is currently zoned R7.5. And the schools are considered public and civic uses, which require a special use permit in the R7.5 zoning district. So that's the reason that it's before you here today. And then just some surrounding land uses. There's single family residential to the north and the south. And it's currently undeveloped to the west. There are actually 2 single family homes kind of in between, like centered in this parcel. So the applicant is proposing to construct an addition on the south side of the Gateway Sixth Grade Center. It's kind of hard to see in this photo, but I'll show you the floor plan in just a second. But this building addition will be approximately 15,700 square feet. And again, it will be on the south side of the building here. So in terms of the floor plan, this kind of gives you a better idea of the addition. This will just add several much needed additional classrooms kind of on the west side of the addition here. And then restrooms, mechanical space, and some office and storage space as well. And then the majority of the rest of the addition will be a gym shown here on the southeast corner. In terms of landscaping, the plan shows some street trees to be planted along Northeast 92nd Street here, and then some additional landscaping to be planted on the south side of the building. And then in terms of architecture, it'll largely match the existing architecture of the existing school. It'll be primarily precast concrete and brick. So it'll mostly match the existing building, both in architecture and in scale. And then here's just a couple of renderings to give you a better idea of what it'll look like. So the addition that I'm describing is this portion right here. So staff believes that this is a good, this special use permit complies with the zoning code and all the criteria for special use permits. And it's supportive of this special use permit. This went to CPC last week and they recommended approval subject to the conditions in the staff report. So with that, I can answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Brian, any other comments or statements you want to make about this request?
No, I think Zach did a great job. It is a pretty straightforward project for us, and we do agree with the stipulations that staff have asked of us.
Okay. I didn't see any conditions in the staff report. Zach, did I miss those?
Yeah, there are.
I'm sorry?
There should be 11 conditions in the staff report.
Okay, I don't see that in the, this is docket number 8, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I don't see.
Ms. Otto, I do see them.
Oh, you do? I only have a 2-page report on what I have.
I see on pages 3 and 4.
Okay, I don't have a full, I only have 2-page reports. So I don't have what those are. So how many conditions are there?
There's a total of 11 conditions.
I can't hear you, Zach. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. There's a total of 11 conditions.
Okay. All right.
The same, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, I think there's a mistake in the footer because I see what you're looking at. There's a 2-page report labeled docket 8. I think that's a mistake. The report right before that is the one that has the 11 conditions.
Okay, so I just went too far and I missed it. Okay, that's what happens when you're looking at this online and you miss it. Okay. All right. I'm going back up. Let me just take a look at this so that I'm looking at the right thing. I apologize. Good. There's at least 12 exhibits, so I did that right.
Yes, you did, Teresa.
Okay. All right. Mr. Hochstein, no objections to those 11 conditions. I see them now.
No.
Okay. All right. Board members understand this request or have any questions for the applicant or Mr. Nelson? Hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, in case number 41, I move that the application be granted in accordance with staff report, site plan, and subject to all conditions.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Madam Court Reporter, the quorum is everyone except Ms. McStorm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great.
Thank you. Good luck with that. All right. Let me see where we are now. We have to skip forward, I think.
Docket 11.
Yep. Let me just find the right page since some footers are making me go to the wrong spot. All right, let's go to docket 11, and this is case number 36. The address is 13221 State Line Road. Ms. Jensen, I see you're here as counsel, correct, for the applicant?
Yes, Madam Chair. Patricia Jensen with the Rough Threats Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Joe, there is also Jessica Glaves should also be on if you can promote her. She's the representative of Quick Trip.
I just promoted her.
Thank you.
Let's get her situated, Ms. Jensen, and then we'll swear you both in. Let me just make sure. Ms. Glaves, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, it took a second to reconnect, but I am here.
I can see you too. Okay, I'm going to swear both you and Ms. Jensen in. Would you just raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and Ms. Jensen, you'll introduce her for the court reporter.
Correct. And Ms. Chairperson, we do not have any objection to the admission of the exhibits. I also want to mention, I apologize if all of a sudden you hear major drilling from my office. We are having major renovations going on in our parking garage.
Okay.
So there is drilling going on all the time.
Okay, we'll may have to take a break if the court reporter can't hear you, but before we start, let's admit exhibits 1 through 13 without that being without objection to those. Before we take Mr. Nelson's statements about this case, is there anyone else online who's here to either support or oppose this request for a special use permit?
Madam Chair, there's a person named Clarine Lampy that I promoted who had their hand raised.
All right. Ms. Lampy, can you turn your microphone on, please? Ms. Lampy, can you hear me? You're on mute if you can hear me. You'll need to turn your microphone on. It's usually a button at the bottom of your screen. Yeah, she's still on mute. Ms. Jensen, do you know who Ms. Lampy is?
Yes, I do, and I can explain what she is. A member of the board of directors of the Newcastle's Homes Association that's located to the east.
Okay, well, let's see if we can give her a chance one more time. Ms. Lampy, can you try to turn us off mute so we can hear you? Joe, can you turn her off mute? Can you turn her on? You got power?
Usually it lets me, I think it sends a message to the person to unmute, and it's not doing anything in this case. I'm trying to, it gives me the option, but it's not resulting in her being unmuted. I will send her a message that she can call in with the call in.
And Madam Chair, I don't know, Zach, do you have the letter that she provided for the City Plan Commission hearing?
I would be able to, I believe I would be able to pull that up and share that after my presentation.
That's also another way to hear her testimony.
Wait, Ms. Lampy, can you hear me now? The mute button went off, but I still can't hear her. Ms. Lampy, can you try to speak? Yeah, it's just not working. Ms. Lampy, we're going to proceed. If you can, if something happens that we can hear from you, we'll be happy to hear from you. But right now I can't hear you. All right. Mr. Nelson, go ahead. Let's hear about this case.
This next case is located in South KC within the Martin City area, right along State Line Road. More specifically, this is located on the east side of State Line Road.
Hey, Zach, you're really faint. Can you get closer to your microphone?
Sure, my apologies.
That's all right. It's just really
better.
Yes, that's much better. The court reporter probably appreciates that.
Sure. So this is a former Applebee's restaurant that's been vacant for a few years. So some of the surrounding land uses, there's a Lowe's to the east, and then commercial sites to the south and north of the site. And then this is looking southeast at the project site from the intersection. Again, this is a former Applebee's building. So the applicant is requesting a special use permit today to allow for fuel sales in a B2-2 zoning district. And the plan shows to demo the existing building, to construct a new Quick Trip at this location. And so this is with north at the left-hand side. So east is at the top here, just for orientation. So the Quick Trip would face State Line Road with 14 fuel pumps on the west side of the building, and then additional parking spaces to the north and south, and also to the west, as you can see here. And then vehicular access to the site is located off of the access road on the east side of the site here. There's 2 curb cuts shown. This is kind of a larger curb cut because there's also a secondary drive lane here, and that's particularly used for service, drop-offs, things like that, for Quick Trip employees primarily. And then in terms of landscaping, the site is very well landscaped. There's a lot of new street trees that are proposed to be planted along State Line Road and also along the north and south property lines. And then additional interior landscaping as well. And then a lot of visual screening with shrubs as well. So this is something that was revised post CPC. And so I will get to that once I finish my presentation. I'll make a few notes about that. And then in terms of the building itself, I think we're all pretty familiar with Quick Trips. It shows brick architecture, 4-sided architecture. This will be the side that faces State Line Road here. So overall, staff is supportive of this and recommends approval subject to the conditions in the staff report. And I did want to mention that conditions 1A and 16, they reference additional landscaping to be provided, and the applicant has provided that, and staff believes that all of the sections of the landscaping section of the code are in compliance at this time. So I think the applicant will request that conditions 1A and 16 be removed, and staff is in support of that if the board chooses to do so. Again, staff is supportive of this, and this went to CPC last week, and they recommended approval subject to the conditions of this. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nelson, do you have the letter of Ms. Lampke?
Yeah, I'll need to pull that up, so it'll be just a moment. You might want to speak with the applicant first.
Yeah, okay. All right. Ms. Jensen, tell the board about this request.
Okay. Mr. Nelson and Lisa, I don't see Lisa. Oh, Lisa, I sent you the PowerPoint for our.
Yep, I have it.
Could you pull it up?
Yep, I got it open. Hold on just a second.
And we'll go into that.
Okay.
And then I'll explain to you at the end of our PowerPoint, we've got a good exhibit showing what the Newcastle issues were. It deals with traffic and traffic coming through their neighborhood. So we've been working really with the council persons and the Department of Public Works on their existing issues. They don't really have anything to do with the Quick Trip. So can you advance to the next slide? I don't have control of it. So Zach has already shown you this. This is the former Applebee's building that's located on this property. To the west is Kansas. And then as Zach explained to you, we are surrounded by a commercial development. Further over to your right where you see the single family homes, that is the Newcastle home subdivision. And I'll explain their concerns about current traffic issues at the end of our presentation. The next slide shows you pictures of the current vacant building. It's been vacant, as Zach said, for a few years. And one of the things we did the public engagement as required by the code. There were really two issues by the neighborhood. One was they mentioned that there are a lot of people who congregate on that site and sleep in the back of the building. There's kind of an alcove back there. So they asked us to address that. We've addressed that with the current seller of the property to make sure that the site is cleaned up and any debris is removed and people are encouraged to move on. So the next slide shows you looking north from the property. So you can see a Chipotle building with another tenant in there. Looking south is a Beauty Brands building that has a number of tenants in there. The next slide. That shows you the Lowe's that is behind us. And then the looking northeast is a retail center to the north of the Lowe's building. Next slide. These are photos looking west across state line. It's vacant right now. And then the one on the right is looking south along State Line Road. The next slide is our revised landscape plan, which Zach has already covered. The next slide is the elevations, which Zach has covered.
Miss Jensen, I have a question. So is the existing building going to be torn down and a new one constructed?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to understand.
Sorry.
Okay.
The next slide is the surrounding street network, and I'll explain to you what the neighborhood issue has been. So you can see I've outlined in blue all of the existing public street network. The 131st Street that goes into our site is actually a private access drive. The neighborhood Newcastle told us during the public engagement meeting that they currently get a lot of traffic through what's called Inverness Drive. So that's the blue in the middle that curves here. And they say that a lot of delivery vehicles will try to avoid the stoplights at 135th and Blue Ridge Boulevard, and instead they deliver through the neighborhood because they can then connect up with 133rd Street. I suspect this is suburban lawn and garden. It could be stuff coming from there. It could be delivery vehicles. I don't really see it being delivery vehicles to both Lowe's or Walmart. I believe they are entering from State Line Road. So as a result of that, we got in contact with councilpersons Kevin McManus and Andrea Boo to discuss the neighborhood issues with the site. The neighborhood will tell you that they fear that with Quick Trip there, the traffic will increase through their neighborhood. So we got in contact with them. They scheduled a call with the Public Works Department about a week or so ago before the City Plan Commission meeting. And the Public Works Department, who is currently the director is Ralph Davis, he and his staff through Maggie Green have reached out to the neighborhood. One of the solutions that they talk about in their letter is trying to put in some type of barricade here so people can't go through their neighborhood to 133rd Street. I think the Public Works Department is willing to do that, but they want to work with the neighborhood to do that. So that is ongoing. And we don't really believe this is an issue that's related to Quick Trip. And we really don't believe that our traffic's going to increase. We believe our traffic will come mainly from 135th Street, State Line, and Blue Ridge. So Those discussions are ongoing. As Zach highlighted for you, our signage complies. There's a statement on page 2 of his letter that said we needed a variance for the monument sign. He has since re-looked at it and concurred that it meets the requirements. And then as he highlighted on pages 3 and 4, we're asking you to remove condition 1A and 16 because we provided the updated landscaping plan that complies with all of the requirements. With that, we're available to answer any questions, but we would ask that you approve it. I know that the Public Works staff is addressing the issues for the current traffic issues that Newcastle is experiencing along Inverness Drive.
Ms. Jensen, if approved, when would construction on this site begin?
Jessica, I think it would begin next spring.
We're looking at, yeah, spring, probably April, May.
Okay, and how long will it take to complete?
Our construction process is typically 24 weeks.
Okay, and I asked because I want the board to understand with this traffic issue for the neighborhood, how much time Public Works would have to work with them on this issue. So it sounds like this isn't immediate construction. It sounds like we have several months before that would happen.
Yeah, and
Yeah, it will take us time to go through the city.
Madam Chair, the barricades isn't a huge issue for Public Works. They can do it fairly quickly. They just want to meet with the neighborhood before they do it to make sure everybody concurs.
And my understanding is what you're talking about is where 133rd, right?
Right.
And in Inverness meet there at the T, basically they would block that off there.
Correct.
Okay, so that Inverness would still be a through street between Blue Ridge and 135th.
Right.
Okay.
They need it. They also say that a lot of traffic comes from Warnell and 132nd Street, and then we'll go down to 133rd Street.
Okay. Okay.
There is no connection. This is the Lowe's. There is no direct connection between the Lowe's and Inverness Drive.
I see that. Right. Right. Okay. Because what's here on the corner? This is the Walmart.
Yeah, the Walmart is right here.
Okay.
And if you remember, that Chipotle I showed you is right here. And Beauty Brands is right. Oh, sorry. I'm moving my cursor as you can see it.
Doing it. Actually, I think Lisa's trying to do it for you. So Lisa, can you put the cursor over the Walmart?
It's
there.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And then the Lowe's is just above it.
Right.
Next. Yes. Okay. All right. Yes, I understand the site. Okay. The board members have questions for Ms. Jensen or her client.
Quick question, Mark Evans here. Are no curb cuts on State Line Road?
No. There are no existing curb cuts. We're not asking for any. We're using the existing drives into the site.
And there's a turn lane on State Line, right? Is there a turn lane, or is it just is there 4 lanes across there in front of that?
I think there's a turn lane that goes into there.
Okay. From either direction, right? If you're making a left or a right, depending on which direction you're coming, right? So there's a middle turn lane and there's a side, there's a right-hand turn lane if you're heading to the north.
Yes, the right-hand turn lane is a through and a right turn lane.
Okay, that's what I was trying to remember about that intersection. Okay. All right, Mr. Ebbets, other questions?
That's it for me, thank you.
All right, any other questions from board members? All right, and I'm just gonna see is it Miss Lampy? I might have be saying her name wrong. I don't have her name written down.
Tommy, yeah, it's Tommy Lampy.
Lampy. Miss Lampy, can you hear me by any chance still? Can you try to speak one last time? I'd like to try to give you a chance to speak. All right, Zach, did you find her letter? I would love for the board to at least see her letter.
Yes, I have. It's an email. So
can you share that with us, please? We'll admit this as exhibit 14, is that correct, Ms. Baxter? Yes, I'll admit this as Exhibit 14. Oops, it went away.
I think I shared the room.
I thought there was a formal letter, Zach. Pretty sure there was.
Okay.
It's from October 2nd. I could try to share my screen and pull it up.
I think you can do that if you can't find it.
I'm an old lady, remember? There.
I have the email, but I'm having
Yeah.
trouble finding the letter.
Well, do you see the letter? I need to get back to.
I always see an email.
There is a letter that was addressed to the city planning commission, which we can share.
In fairness to Miss Lampy, I would really like to see her letter since I can't hear her today.
I'm going to share it with you all.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr.
I got it up.
Again, we'll admit this as Exhibit 14. All right, give us a minute to read it, please.
Can you see it?
Yeah, at some point I'm going to have you move it up, but just give us all a minute to read the first couple paragraphs. Okay, Joe, can you move it up, please?
Can you see it moving?
No, not at all.
Okay, hold on. Can you see it now? I've moved it up a little bit.
Is the last paragraph we oppose?
No, that's not the last one.
Okay, yeah, hold on a second. Let us read. I don't know where people were. I know where I was, but.
Well, this is the very first paragraph here, so.
Right, so stop about right there and let people finish this page real quick. Okay, can you move it up? Ms. Lampke, I'm just one board member. I appreciate your concerns. This board doesn't address, blocking off of streets. We don't have that jurisdiction or authority. It does sound as if Public Works is addressing the issue, and that's the proper department to address this. This is a commercial zone. A property such as Quick Trip, is properly within the zone where they're requesting. I'm sorry I can't hear from you today, but I think the board is appreciative of your position, and it sounds as if the applicant has attempted to try to help you address this issue, which I am grateful to hear. So, any other comments from board members? Okay, hearing no other questions, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, in case number 36, I move that the board grant the request in accordance with site plan and staff report with the deletion and the conditions of 1A and 16.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Madam Court Reporter, that is the quorum without Ms. Mixdorf being involved.
Thank you,
All right.
you all. And
Thank you.
I wish you a happy birthday. At least you aren't staring 60 down. So
Oh, I've got a few more years to that.
yeah,
But less than you think.
anyway, thank you.
That's great. Thank you,
you all.
Patricia.
Thank you, Ms. Lampy. Sorry that we could not hear from you. All right, let's move on to the next case then. That is docket number 12, case number 33, with an address of 930 Crondelet Drive. Would the applicant please raise your hand to be promoted?
Madam Chair, I'm promoting Bob Johnson and Julie Fisher.
Okay,
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse myself. Randy, you're in.
okay. All right. Mr. Johnson, I can sort of see you. You look like one of those people that need to stay incognito on a news station.
Forgive me, I can lower my blinds. I think that would help.
It's just an eerie concept. It looks like I should have your voice in that, sort of like that, you know, the Peanuts voice for the, the teacher. That's what I'm expecting you to sound like. Okay.
I think people, I might be accused of sounding like that too sometimes.
Well, we'll see. We're not done yet. All right. Folks, can you both, and Ms. Fisher, I see you now too. Would you both please raise your hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could each of you state your names for the record, please, one at a time?
I'm Julie Fisher. I'm the CFO for Concord Career Colleges.
Thank you.
Bob Johnson, Polsinelli PC, counsel for the applicant.
Okay. And is there anyone else online today who either wishes to support or oppose this request for a special use permit?
Madam Chair, no one else is raising their hand.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, have you reviewed your client's, the staff report connected with your client's application?
I have reviewed it, don't have any issues with it whatsoever.
Okay, 1 second. Gotta make sure I found the right one because I've done this before. Okay, it appears that we have, oh, where are the staff report number? I mean, where are the exhibit numbers? Am I missing that? Patty, is this your case or?
Yes,
okay.
I'm sorry. And I looking at that now, I apparently did not include the exhibit.
Okay, just how many, what are those administrative exhibits? We can explain that to Mr. Johnson. I think he's familiar with our staff reports. So I don't know the number. That's what I need to know. So
the numbers, I'd have to go into another report to read those numbers.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Which I don't have here with me.
Yep. Let me look at the last one. Just a minute, Mr. Johnson, and I'm going to tell you what they would be. This is a special use permit, correct? So
that is correct.
We're going to have the zoning and development code, the rules and regulations of the board, the qualifications of the members, the published notice, the mailed notice, the certificate of mailing, today's staff report, a PowerPoint presentation, a docket map. What else do you have?
That is all I have except for my last slide of the PowerPoint, the public engagement information.
So it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, that'd be. Looks like we have 10 then administrative exhibits, Mr. Johnson, described as I said. Any objection to those?
Not at all.
Okay, administrative exhibits 1 through 10 as described will be admitted. And I don't recall if I've asked now. Is there anyone online who's either in support or opposition of this request?
No one is raising their hand for that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry, Patty, why don't you do your presentation and then we'll ask Mr. Johnson to comment further.
Okay. This property is located at 930 Carondelet Drive, which is essentially on the St. Joseph Medical Center campus. The property is within an existing structure, as you see circled in red. The area is generally bounded by Interstate 435 on the north, Carondelet Drive on the east and south.
Hey, Patty, can you share your screen?
Yes, hey, Patty, we can't see that.
Okay, let me try it again. It should be there. Can you see it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Oh, no, here it comes. It's starting to appear. One moment, Patty. We can now see it. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, as I said, this property is located at 930 Carondelet Drive, southern part of Kansas City, bound by Carondelet Drive on the southeast, somewhat on the west, Interstate 435 on the north. This property exists of a building which is on the St. Joseph Medical Center campus. The applicant requests to use about 51,000 square feet within the existing structure for its use as a teaching facility for Concord Career College. Because the 51,000 is greater than a trigger of 50,000 square feet as defined by a section of the code that allows a special use permit for large scale public assembly, it does require approval of a special use permit. The no site plan has been submitted. Staff did not believe a site plan was necessary because there are no exterior changes to the building or to the site itself. This will merely be tenant finish work within the interior of the building to accommodate the college and its uses. The review of the special use permit requires that staff look at several points, 5. The first is whether the project complies with all applicable standards of the Zoning and Development Code. Staff has found that it does. The second is whether the project is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have significant or adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. The proposed plan will provide space for educational purposes, and staff believes it will have no detriment to the area. The third is whether the project is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design. Again, the structure is existing. Staff believes that the educational use is consistent with the institutional use upon the property, which is, as I stated, the hospital and their associated educational functions. The fourth component is whether the project is compatible with the character of the area in terms of operational characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, traffic generation. Staff believes that the operational characteristics of the site due to use of this building as educational use will not change. And finally, there is no adverse impact expected on pedestrian safety or comfort due to this use of the structure. So therefore, City Planning and Development Department staff recommends approval subject to no conditions attached. City Planning Commission reviewed this project last month and also recommended approval with no conditions. And this concludes my report.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
I'm sorry, I would like to mention my final slide does pertain to public engagement. Applicant sent notice to all property owners with than 300 feet, as well as Center Planning and Development. So as you can see, the notice is attached, the meeting sign in, and then a notice from Carol Winterroad stating that Center Planning and Development Council heard the proposal via a Zoom meeting. No one had concerns. One member later said it was a good way of filling the space.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Knoll. Mr. Johnson, why should the board approve this?
It's a very straightforward application. It's filling tenant space as staff illustrated, no exterior changes. So, really no measurable land use impact, merely triggered that 50,000 square foot threshold as staff said. And I think most compelling, the use, as the neighbors recognized, is very compatible with St. Joseph Medical Center existing use there today. Concord educates healthcare professionals. So we think the use is quite symbiotic with being located at St. Joseph's.
Good. And it's going to be not the entire building in question, right?
Correct.
It's a portion of it, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Board members have questions for the applicant? Hearing no questions, and I don't think there was any comments online from other interested parties, I would entertain a motion in this case.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller?
in case number 33, I would move that the board grant the request for the special use permit in accordance with the staff report and the conditions contained therein.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both.
Nice seeing you all.
Thank you.
You too. Madam Court Reporter, that was everybody on the quorum but Mr. Evans. All right, let's move to the next case. Which is docket number 13, case number 59. The address is 432 East 72nd Terrace. Is the applicant online?
Madam Chair, I believe I just promoted the applicant.
Okay. Sir, can you unmute yourself? Yeah, you're on, yeah, still muted. Try again, say something. Cannot hear you. You're still muted.
There we go. How about
Now that's better. I can hear you. Okay, sir, can you tell me your name, please?
My name is Tim Alanius. I'm the owner and applicant.
Okay. I'm sorry. Can you say your last name again?
Alanius, A-H-L-E-N-I-U-S.
L-E-N-I-U-S?
I-U-S, like miscellaneous without the miss.
Okay, Alanius. Tim Alanius. Okay. Mr. Alanius, can you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online today who is here either to support or oppose this request for variance?
My architect was, and I don't know if he's having trouble getting in.
Is that Mr. Hans?
Hans Thomas, yes.
Yeah.
I can't hear him and I can't see his picture.
Okay.
I see him on there. I'll promote him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I can hear you now. I can't see you, but at least I can hear you.
Okay.
And it's Mr. Thomas. I think on my
That's
paper,
correct.
I got you as Thomas Hans, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
I said your name, but could I swear you in, Mr. Thomas? I can't see your hand being raised, but would you please take the oath?
Sure.
Oh, now I can see you.
Okay.
Would you raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else online who's interested in this case, either to support or oppose it?
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone else raising their hand.
Okay. Gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report that's connected with your application?
I have.
Okay. Okay. And Mr. Thomas, I can direct these to you, and that'll be fine. If you would look at the last couple of pages on the report, page 2 and then on to page 3, there are 9 administrative exhibits that are connected with this application. Any objection to my admitting those to the board to consider this afternoon?
We have none.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Shu, I think you're up on this case, so whenever you're ready, go ahead, and then we'll hear from the applicant and his architect.
This case in front of you is another variance request for detached garage. Here's the general location of the site. More specifically, it's located on the north side of East 72nd Terrace, in between Oak Street to the west and Cherry Street to the east. It is zoned R5, and it's R5 all the way around in all directions. There is a single family on the subject site. Here's the view looking at the neighborhood. The applicant proposed to construct a new garage located in the rear yard that will have a driveway access from the 72nd Terrace and leads all the way back to the rear yard. The proposed new garage will be approximately 528 square feet. And these are the elevations of the detached garage. It has 2 double doors on the east elevation where the driveway leads to, and has pitched roof, different height. The average height of this garage is 21 feet, which exceeds the allowable height for a detached garage per code. So the code requires the maximum height for a detached garage is 16 feet, proposing 21 feet. A variance amount of 5 feet is requested. That shall conclude my presentation.
Mr. Thomas, why the extra 5 feet?
The homeowner is also a contractor. He stores his business in that garage. It's a higher garage because he has a Sprinter van. So half that garage is higher up. His wife is also home now with Corona, and she's an artist. And they were wanting to see if we can get a variance to allow usable space on half that garage above for an artist loft. They're investing into that, trying to get the most out of it. They have support from the community, and they've rotated the view. It's not going to be able to be seen from the street, and we think it's a reasonable request.
So let me just understand, Mr. Alinas, your use of the proposed structure for your business. Are you using it to store business items or your van?
Both. As a contractor, I have numerous pieces of equipment from tools and machines to various aspects of it. Most of that stuff resides in my Sprinter van as I travel through the city and doing the work that I do. This gives me an opportunity to actually have that van in a locked and secured place to prevent what happened last February when my van was broken into on the street. It is the space to then be able to utilize for storage for that equipment. I office out of my residence, and so the space above the garage is mostly just going to be used for her artist studio. And that's how we proceed moving forward with it.
Okay, I want clarification. We always have this issue when people run businesses out of their home and what the limitations are. If someone from staff could advise the board, can you use your garage to store items connected with a business that you run out of your house?
Let me double check, but I believe no. I believe it all must have to occur in the house.
That's what I was remembering, but I always ask to make sure that I'm not misremembering the ordinance.
You're saying the tools and all need to be stored within the house?
Right, right. Home occupation is an interesting limitation, and so a lot of people try to actually build garages. We've had this happen several times, and I believe if you have a work vehicle, it could be parked in a garage, but I don't think you can store extraneous materials in the garage.
Extraneous materials. Define extraneous materials.
Any tools, any supplies, any inventory that you're using. I mean, I think we'll have Mr.
Madam Chair, Section 88-305-04-D, number 6 states that the home occupation and all related activities, including storage, must be conducted completely within the dwelling unit.
That's what I thought. So you can't use your garage in any way.
That would mean that I would have to increase the percentage of my home used for business which would change the taxation on the house.
Well, it is what it is because people tried to build bigger garages to handle this. So he's actually sharing it with us so we can. And it can't change the residential neighborhood. And so that's part of the issue of not using your garage or making it bigger than for a home occupation. So,
okay.
And Mr. Elanius, Mark Evans here on the board. Now, remember, you can park your vehicle there. I don't think that's the issue. It's the other things that you're storing within the garage. That is for business reasons, that is, sir.
Well, my vehicle can only hold so many things, like a portable table saw or a portable chop saw or something like that, that we then take out to a job site when we're working on another home. I can only carry so much.
Right. So in other words, what home occupation allows is you to run sort of a paperwork part of the business out of your home. If you have to have extraneous storage, then you have to rent an offsite storage facility for those items. That's what that ordinance means.
Okay.
I mean, we have a lot of contractors that try to do just what you do, and most of them end up having to rent sort of a little space where they store all their stuff at. You can drive your van back and forth because it's a work vehicle. Lots of people are assigned a work vehicle, but you can't use your garage as storage.
So that being said, I still needed a garage for a larger vehicle to park in, and seeing if we can utilize the space above the smaller vehicle for an artist studio. Is that against regulations?
Well, I guess I'm a little concerned about giving you a bigger, I'm one person, right? But giving you a bigger garage just to park a work vehicle, I'm not sure that that's a practical difficulty for a variance.
The van is 8 feet tall, is almost 8 feet tall and 144 inches long. Having a safe, secure space for that is something that is a priority to me.
I appreciate that. I mean, it's not an ordinary residential parking need. That's part of the issue.
Right.
You know, you're choosing to do this business and run it out of your home versus renting another location. Board members, questions?
She would. Mark Evans here again. A question for you. No side lot variance or back variance required, just this height variance?
That's correct.
So, and as I recall, 16 feet is the maximum. I don't remember your variance.
That's correct.
If he decided to build a garage in his backyard, 16 feet or less, he wouldn't even be here today. Is that correct, Ms. Wood?
That's true.
Can you not park this van in a 16-foot garage?
I mean, it still has an oversized door.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what do you mean by that, Mr. Elias?
The door height restriction to be able to get a garage door would have to be a 9-foot door, which is oversized and standard, larger than standard sizes.
So you can't place that in a garage that's 16 foot in height?
Well, we can. We're just trying to see about taking advantage of some of the unused space over the smaller vehicle size for an artist studio. It's really what it comes down to. It's less about the storage of the business materials. It truly is. It's just trying to find a place for my wife to have a space as we renovate through my house and take advantage of some of the other spaces within the house to open up the floor plan. We want to move her studio, who's been sitting out on our side porch, into a more comfortable space for her to be able to just work on her art.
And are you envisioning in this artist loft that it would have plumbing and heating?
No. We'll have electricity just because she'll need electricity, and there may be a space heater, but there's no plumbing that's going to be accessible to the garage. I'm taking very much into concern about I'm very much aware of the fact that we don't want to run into the risk of having apartments or rentable spaces, and that's what I'm trying to avoid and trying to emphasize the fact that that's not what we're looking for. We're just looking for a place for her to be able to expand her art and and maybe possibly turn it into something a little bit more down the road. But right now, she's an art teacher. She works with Kansas City young audiences. If you've ever lived with an artist, you know that every usable space is a place for store art materials. She works with kids, so everything is an art project. But that's really what we're looking to as we go through our home and find better ways to use our space. We would like to move her into a different area so she can have more privacy and do the work that she wants to do with better lighting at that. Hence the design with the clear story windows coming from the north to bring some more sun in.
I have a clarification question for Shu.
Go ahead, Mr. Stiller.
The only portion of this structure that needs variance, the height variance, is that area that he's describing as the studio. Am I seeing that right? The area, the lower roof, where the taller garage door is, doesn't in and of itself require a height variance.
Correct. Floor plan, so I think that's probably a better question for the applicant. But here's the elevation plan that I'm sharing over here.
And I can't see it on my screen. I gotta blow this thing up.
I think it's probably a better question for the applicant. Since I don't have a floor plan, I couldn't tell exactly if that area that exceeds the height is only for the loft for the office space.
You are correct that the smaller garage has the artist loft above it. That's what the windows are for.
The clear story.
How tall is the side, Mr. Thomas, where the van would park?
What is that, Tim? 16?
Yeah, I think the apex of that van roof line, the van side roof line is at 16. So that side of it meets the variance or meets the required height. We're just accessing, and I think that bisects halfway through the roof of the other side. So the 16 feet is just the last 5 feet above, which is in that apex area above the window that you see in the upper right quadrant of the picture.
Well, then I'm kind of where you are, Madam Chair, in that I see that the van isn't really a typical household sort of use. But then I'm stuck between that and that we granted some larger garages for recreational type vehicles, but this is more of a work situation still. Unless it was to be something different.
It should be noted that as a support of the neighboring homes around my area, that the houses on all sides of me are supportive of this plan as well.
Mr. Elenius, Mark Ebbets here again. So your neighbor to the rear, I guess that would be on 73rd Street, maybe? I can't tell.
72nd Street.
And he's in supportive of your larger garage in back?
He is. He just recently, he built one himself, but his height stops at 16 feet. His house, the neighbor to his direct west is in support. The neighbor to my direct west and the neighbor to my direct east is in support. The neighbor that's catty corner from my lot to the northeast, lives out of state and is renting that house, and so I couldn't reach her. But the other houses across the street that would have it as a view out their front door could possibly see partial of the view of the side of view of the house. That's why the garage are all in support of it as well.
Drew, I have a question. How is the height calculated? Based on those elevations, it looks like it's 25 feet tall, but the variance says the 21 feet. So is there kind of an average that's put in there to define what that variance amount needs to be?
So typically, our code allows us, if it's a pitched roof within a certain angle, because we do want to encourage pitched roof that matches the house styles, and typically we will take the midpoint, not the highest point. Okay, so that's where, so that's where the 21 feet comes from instead of 25.
Okay.
I'm going to say one more comment, Mark Ebbets here again. So in our neighborhood, we have a gentleman who built a 25-foot high garage. And he got a variance, it wasn't a problem. But since then, a lot of neighbors around him are not supportive of that height. And again, the 25-foot is the peak to the bottom. So again, my comment to Mr. Elanius would be, do you think you could do this without us doing a variance so that you wouldn't have to come before this committee? You know, we would never know that you wouldn't storing stuff in your garage, and you can't, but we never know that, sir.
I could, but I'm looking for a space for her studio, and the lower we do that, the less opportunity that she has for room. Or we could just forego the studio altogether and just continue with the same plan at being at 16 feet and let it be. It's just a pipe dream for her to be able to have that space. But I understand what you're asking, Mr. Ebbets, and I'm trying to be forthcoming and straightforward with what the city is asking and what they're requiring. What gets stored in a garage, we can go through the entire community or the entire city of Kansas City, and I'm sure we can find 40% of them having things that probably shouldn't be there. But that's not the case that's at hand. And just about every contractor I know, like me, who's smaller in size, less than 5 employees, works out of their homes and they store stuff on their property. Again, not asking for that to be a change. It's just a fact of the matter. But the goal of the garage is not necessarily to continue my business within it. The goal of the garage is to be able to have places where my vehicles can be stored safely, and my wife has a studio above it, and taking advantage of the opportunity to do that.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, Sue, you want to stop sharing your screen? Okay. Hearing no other questions, any final comments from the applicant or the architect? Somebody has a very happy dog.
Apparently. They're tired of me talking. I'm going to mute for a moment.
Okay, sure, that's fine. That's fine.
And while he's muted, Mr. Thomas, do you see, or Hans, I can't figure out what your last name is.
Tom.
Mr. Hans.
It's Mr. Thomas.
Do you see a design that would bring that roof down a little bit more, that might give us some leeway, give you a month to come back with a better design?
Well, if it's the design, we can lower the pitch so the ultimate highest plate height isn't at 25.1. So the average would be a little lower. It's just trying to make it a usable space for her to have a little area to throw her pots in. You know, that was the intent of this. That's why we came to you all today to see if you could do that. Does that answer the question?
I think it does. Okay. Any other? Yes, Mr. Stiller, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Stiller.
I was just gonna say, it leads me to believe that with a little more time, you might be able to come up with a configuration that might find its way to being within the zoning ordinance. You wouldn't need a variance. It might be worth that little bit of time to explore that.
So, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Elinas, do you want to try to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to make this as easy as possible. I mean, my wife might be shorter than most, but I don't need her squatting as she goes into a doorway and hunching down just to work on the space. We're looking to give her a comfortable area. We might be able to lower the ceiling height above her vehicle to a lower space so we can grab a little bit more height from there. We'll have to relook at the design of it, I guess, and so we'll have to see it if we reapply.
Again, I am one board member. I think what we're starting to see, I think COVID has started to hit this board in ways that we're starting to understand. More people are working from home, and I think space is becoming more of a premium. And I think this board's job is to make sure that the ordinance as they're currently stated are followed. So I'm afraid that we're going to get more and more requests for these tall garages, and I'm not sure that is good or bad for these neighborhoods yet, but it's certainly, I don't see a practical difficulty yet. That's my problem. So this board, I've been on this board longer than anybody. The lesser the variance request, the better your chances of convincing someone you should be entitled to it. So if there is a redesign, I would encourage you to take the time to come back. If you choose to do that, I am on this quorum now, and I will not be here in November because I have a conflict. So that you have a quorum, you might want to move this until our December meeting if you want to continue it.
Well, I can imagine that if we're not going to get approved today, then we'll just probably redesign to bring it underneath the various requirements, and then we wouldn't necessarily need to come back.
Okay. So if that's the case, we can continue this for a month if you think you can determine that. And if you decide you're going to do that, then at that time we can dismiss your case.
Okay.
I mean, or we can continue it till December when I can be here. You see what I'm saying? So
I do. I guess I'll have to talk to Hans and see if if there's a design in mind that we can probably come up with, and then we'll make that decision. So I would probably opt to just continue it until November, and then we can see if it's worthy to continue to December.
Can I just ask a question for clarification?
Certainly.
Would it be more plausible just lowering it with the same intended use?
Again, the use for a artist studio, I do not believe is against the zoning ordinance, as I understand it. I believe you can have a usable space above the garage. I think the issue is the height.
Yeah.
And any sort of storage of his business. So that's the problems that we have. You can't do the business storage. We have granted some variances for the height restriction as long as it's supported, and there seems to be nothing improper about the use. So I think in this case, it's a concern about business storage and if the height is a bit too much.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Yeah. Okay, so continuance until November, is that what you're asking for, gentlemen?
Yes.
We are indeed. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Board members, do I have a motion to continue this matter until November 10th?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to November 10. Folks, let's take a very brief rest break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes and we'll take the rest of the cases, okay? Leanne, are you doing okay?
Yes, thank you for the break. I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, we all need those. So I've been trying to be, you kind of, it's not the same as being live when you can kind of see the pain on people's faces. I can tell if you need a break. This is kind of more of a, I looked at the clock and I'm like, we've been going for 2 hours. It's time to take a quick rest break.
Oh, no, I think these Zoom, it should be like this all the time. It's really working well.
Well, we've kind of figured it out, haven't we, guys?
Well, sort of.
Tom, I'm just going to buy you a new camera.
It is new. The thing's brand new.
What brand is it? We bought some new ones and we had to send them back because they just didn't work.
It's a Logitech.
Yeah. Oh, you've got a Logitech. That's what I've got. They're great. Yeah, that should work.
Dadgummit.
Okay. Do we have everybody back? Mark, Tony, Mike, Sarah, Randy.
How many cases do we have left? I haven't.
We have let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 cases.
And what's our first one? I get lost in.
Number 14.
Yep.
Do all your staff reports have
item numbers? Yeah, they're under, it's in the green box now. It says project and then hearing date, and then it says item number right there on the left of the green box under hearing date.
Right, most of mine are blank.
Oh.
Oopsie.
Well, they were, but as I'm scrolling down here now, yeah, some of them are blank, some are not.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for number 14.
Yes, it's on page, if you're scrolling, it's page 84 of 146. Randy usually keeps me right age. She's really good at that. When I get lost.
I need a different.
Gotta contribute somehow here, so.
You always do.
Oh, yes, you do.
We need you, Randy.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Randy, yeah, we need you.
No.
And next month, they're going to really need you because I'm not going to be here. So.
I found it.
Okay. Is everybody ready?
Hey, Teresa, a quick question before we go back on the record. But even though you're not here next month, Randy could be our 5th person, correct?
She can be, yeah.
On the quorum.
Yeah, well, she could. That's true. I forgot about that. Yes, we have an extra. So yeah, so that actually will be.
So just in case.
Yeah, you'll be okay. That's right. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, but if Randy gets sick, we're in trouble since we're down some board members. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully the mayor will give us some replacements soon. Okay, are we all ready? Let's keep moving here so we can get this done and move on to other things yet this afternoon. Let's go to, we're back on the record. Let's call docket item 14, case number 62, with an address of 7700 North Donley Avenue. Is the applicant online? Please raise your hand to be recognized and promoted.
There's someone named Brian Boseljevac that I'm going to promote.
I see him, but I see he's muted. Can you turn your microphone on, sir?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, sir, can you state your name, please?
Brian Boseljevac.
And say that one more time. I'm going to try not to ruin your last
No, it's fine. Boseljevac?
Boseljevac.
Perfect.
Okay, all right. Mr. Boseljevac, could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience or online, sorry, can't get that audience out of my head, online who is here to either support or oppose this request for variance?
Madam Chair, someone named Hugo Cabrera has raised his hand. I will promote him.
Mr. Cabrera, could you please turn on your microphone?
Can you hear me?
I can. I cannot see you, but I can hear you. Are you here in support or opposition of this case?
Sorry, I think I pressed the button accidentally.
So you're not interested on this case. Okay, that's fine. That happens. All right. All right, let's go back to this case then. Sir, have you reviewed the staff report that's connected to your application?
Yes.
Okay, on page 2 and 3 of that report, there is a listing of administrative exhibits that are connected with your application. Any objection to my admitting those for the board to review this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 are admitted. And Shu, this is your case, correct? Yes. Would you please make the presentation and then we'll have questions for the applicant.
This case in front of you is a variance for pavement area. It's generally located in the Northland. Here's the location of the subject site. It is located in the Shoal Creek overlay area. It is a fairly new subdivision. So in this 2018 satellite, you could not see any construction there yet. But it is planted to be single family in all directions. Here's the picture of the construction site. And this is the view looking west from North Donnelly Avenue. And the subject site is a single family house with 3-car garage and have a driveway approach from North Donnelly Avenue. Here's the site map of the subject site and indicated what the applicant is proposing. They initially has a pending permit that which was approved with a 20-foot wide curb cut and related pavement to the attached garage. However, they expanded the curb cut to 22 feet and increased the concrete pavement area in the street side yard abutting North Donnelly Avenue. So after they changed the plan, they exceed the maximum allowable pavement area in street side yard just by 2%. Therefore, a variance not of 2%. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Shu. So as I understand this circumstance, you're saying that this is a brand new neighborhood, is that correct?
It is.
That's correct.
And your practical difficulty here is that on this side entrance, you have a tight turn angle or something?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, just getting in there. I mean, the way it's set up currently is just very difficult just to kind of pull in and get into that 3rd-car garage. Our builder knew it was an issue, but said that, that's just the way that the city drew it up. So we had to go with that. It is a very new neighborhood. So I see city planners in there all the time. They're the ones that actually suggested I do this process. I brought them over to look at it and I kind of challenged them. I said, I'd like to see either one of you guys pull into this driveway from the street. And they kind of laughed and said, yeah, the way it's set up, it's kind of unusable right now as far as pulling in and pulling out. So that's when I started this process. We're just, my wife and I, building a home and we're super excited about it. Hope to be there forever in Kansas City and just kind of hoping that we can make our driveway a little bit more usable for us.
Shu, can you put the photograph of the house itself back up again so I can kind of visualize that?
So for instance, if you're coming out of that 3rd-car garage, you've got a very tight turn to get out of the approach. If you came straight out, you're going over the sidewalk, you're going over the yard. There's even a gap there. It's probably 8 feet by like 4 inches from where the curve starts to where the sidewalk begins. And the landscaping company themselves said, we'll put grass in there, but that grass is going to die being trapped between cement like that. So not only will we have a driveway that's hard to get in and out of, but we'll just have dead grass there because we have an unusable space pretty much.
So as we see this in the picture that we're seeing, is this as you want it to be?
No, this is how it currently and this is all dried up. This is when they were constructing it. You can kind of see that apron there to the left. We're hoping to extend that out just maybe 2 feet approximately, just to give us some more ability and then kind of fill in that area where the curve is and straighten it out a little bit, just to give us some ability to pull in the driveway a little bit easier.
Okay. All right. board members' questions about this request?
Madam Chair, in case number 62, I move that the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your new driveway.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, let's move on to the next case, which I think takes us to 19. Yeah, so page 95 for board members. Docket 19, case number 63, with an address of 901 West 113th Terrace. If the applicant is online, please raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, I promoted Steve Cox.
Okay, I see Mr. Cox. Mr. Cox, can you turn your microphone on, please, and your video? And there he is. I can see. I can now see and hear you. Thank you, Mr. Cox.
I apologize.
That's okay. Technology is a fun thing. It's all good. Is there anyone else online who's here to either support or oppose this special exception to the height of a fence?
My wife is online.
Okay, and where is she?
Question.
Ooh, are you in the same room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's probably gonna echo, so that's not gonna work. Can she get up? I can see her. How about we just share your one screen? That would be great. Yes, I can see you, ma'am. Okay. Sorry to do this. I know we're supposed to social distance, but you live together, so I hope that doesn't bother you. So, okay. Can you both state your names for the record one at a time?
Steve Cox.
Lori Cox.
Okay. Could you both please raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
I do.
Okay. Is there anyone else online today interested in this case that we have not recognized?
No one else is raising their hand.
Okay. All right. Mr. and Mrs. Cox, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected to your application?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on page 3 of that report, you will see a list of exhibits that are connected to your case. They number 1 through 10. Any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No, ma'am.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. And Shu, this is your case. Why don't you do a presentation and then we'll ask questions of the applicants.
This case in front of you is a special exception request. Oops. Sorry. It's located in South Kansas City. More specifically, it's located on the southwest corner of West 113th Terrace and Madison Avenue. It is a corner lot, has a front yard facing 113th Terrace and a street side yard abutting Madison Avenue. Currently has a vehicular driveway access from Madison Avenue. This is the view looking south from 113th Terrace. The subject site is located on your right hand. This is the view looking west from Madison Avenue. The subject site has a single family house located in the middle of the picture with a driveway. This is a site map provided by the applicant proposing a 5-foot tall fence in the street side yard and the rear yard. This thick brown line indicates the location of the fence, and this red line indicates where the street side yard is. According to the applicant, this is the picture they provided for the materials and the door and the style of the fence. Again, it's 5 foot tall. And according to our code, we only allow 4 foot fence in the street side yard. So therefore 1 foot special exception is requested by the applicant. That concludes my presentation.
Shu, can you show us a picture of the home again?
Would you like this one or this one?
I'm just trying to, yeah, I'm just trying to get myself oriented now that I see. Okay, so this is a corner lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the fence will be seen where?
The fence will be sitting from the street side yard over here, by the driveway over here, and it go along the Madison Avenue into the rear yard and wrap around to the other side of the house.
Okay, and the front of the house, we're looking at the back of the house, correct?
Yeah, we're looking at the back of the house on the Madison Avenue.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. When you see things quickly, it's just
right.
helpful to get your orientation. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Cox, why the extra height?
Well, the pictures that you're looking at there, ma'am, are before we purchased the home. We've lived in the house for approximately 10 months. We have worked, incredibly hard to get the house up to date and make improvements in the property, and we feel we've done that. So we've increased the value of not only our house, but I think the other homes in the neighborhood as well. Just want to make sure you understand that we actually had a 5-foot fence there. If you go back to that diagram that showed the lot size, we had a 5-foot high fence there before. And then what we did is we ended up, we love to get outdoors and we love to relax, in the evening outside, especially. Our previous home, we had a screened in deck. So we decided that we would put a screened in patio off of the existing patio. So the dotted line was our original fence line. And that was, again, a 5-foot tall fence. When we put the covered patio, screened in patio on, that really, it was brought that fence and patio together to about a distance of 6 feet. So it was very tight there. So with the landscape bed, beside there, we just didn't feel we had a lot of room to really do what we wanted to do, because we've got a lot of plans to do more to the backyard in the form of landscaping. So we decided to turn the gate out toward the driveway. We used the same gate that we used previously. And then we bumped the fence out 16 feet from the front, and then approximately 15 feet on the rear. So the solid line that I think is in maroon or red there is kind of the straight line from the edge of the house, I guess, back to the edge of our property. So that shaded triangle there is really the part of the home or part of the fence, that is considered in the side yard based on the document that we sent to the city when we started this whole process to see if we, had a concern or not. Because all of the plans that you're looking at, all the documentation was sent to our HOA, and it was approved by the HOA the first time we did it, and then it was approved by the HOA when we made the change and bumped the fence out.
Okay, let me just clarify with staff. Is it just this triangle that's in violation, Shu, or is it everything along Madison?
This is Joe. She had to step away momentarily. It's just the area and the triangle.
Okay, so you agree with the applicant on that?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, if you go back to the picture on the side of the house there, I think it's slide 26.
I'm sorry, I can't go back. She had to step away very quickly, and she's controlling the slideshow. I can't go back to it.
All right, I'll just talk through it then. If you notice, there was a small tree on the side yard where she was kind of dragging her mouse back and forth. I think it may have led you the wrong direction. The fence is actually inside of where that tree was, because I took that tree down due to some health issues with the tree. It was failing. So the fence is nowhere near the street. It's approximately, depending on where you take a measurement, because the fence does go back at an angle. We tried to angle it approximately the same as what the side street is. So as you're going down the street, it doesn't look like it's out of whack or anything like that. So we're approximately 28 to 30 feet from Madison Avenue.
I see that on the diagram.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't, there's no,
that makes more sense to me because I did watch your mouth and it looked like you were right next to the.
yeah,
You're
I
not
noticed that.
doing that. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Board members, other questions for the applicants? Okay. Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
I was groping for the case number. In case number
It's 63.
I would move that the board grant the request for the special exception consistent with the staff report and the site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Cox. Enjoy your new fence.
Thank you
so much.
All right. Moving on then to docket item 20, case number 66, with an address of 7421 Northeast 105th Terrace. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be identified and be promoted?
Madam Chair, I've just promoted the applicant.
Okay. Is it Mr. Rozier? I can't hear you, sir. I can see a dark square, but you're muted. Can you try to speak again?
Yes, I apologize for that, Madam Chair.
That is okay. I can now see and hear you. Can you state your name for me, sir?
It's Scott Andrew Rozier.
Rozier. Okay. See, I'm just not really batting 1,000 today with name pronunciations. Okay.
It happens quite often.
I'm sure. I apologize. Can you raise your hand to be sworn in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online today who's here to either oppose or support this request for variance?
Madam Chair, I see no one else raising their hand.
Okay. Sir, have you had a chance to review the staff report that has been created as it relates to your request today?
I have, yes.
Or for your clients? I guess you're the attorney, correct? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you have any objections then to our admitting the administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9 listed on page 3 of the staff report?
No, I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Shu, you're back. Why don't you make your presentation and then we'll hear from counsel.
Right. This case in front of you is another variance request for a pavement in the front yard. Again, this is located in the Northland, fairly new subdivision again. More specifically, it's located in the southeast side of North Randolph Avenue and northeast 105th Terrace. It is a corner lot and has a front yard facing North Randolph Avenue and a straight side yard abutting northeast 105th Terrace. There is a pending permit for single-family construction on site. It is zone R7.5 with single-family platted in all directions. This is the view looking east from North Randolph Avenue. As you can see, the subject side as a foundation has already been constructed over there. And this is the view looking west from North Randolph Avenue, directly across the street. This is a site plan provided by the applicant. Since the applicant revised the site plan and expanded a little more driveway area to the corner of this lot, they exceed the allowable maximum of the impervious area in the front yard. For our front yard, our code requires no more than 40% pavement, and they're requesting 50.7% pavement. The variance amount of 7.7 is a variance amount of 10.7 is requested. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like in this case, you're trying to get two driveway entrances, and why is that necessary?
Well, that was the original proposal of the general contractor. And I think with the original proposal that was approved by the city, there were the two entrances. They just weren't as large.
I see.
So the two entrances were always part of the plan. Now, to be honest with you, I've spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out why the concrete driveway in its current placement was done the way it was. It is not consistent with the approved plan. And I've, to this day, not been able to get an answer. The general contractor left the company that was contracted to build the home. I've not been able to locate him. I've had very little contact with the owner of the building company. I've attempted several times in order to get this situation resolved. They basically are no longer building in Kansas City. They moved their operation to Oklahoma City. Not to make it a joking matter, but the conversation I did have with the owner, he basically said that Kansas City wasn't a real great area. They didn't have much success. And so they went back to Oklahoma, and they're basically wanting to cut ties with this project. So again, not to ramble on here, but I've not been able to get a lot of cooperation in connection with trying to get this situation resolved.
So I'm confused. The photographs I saw earlier, I didn't see a completed house. Is this house completed?
It is. It's
see, I did. Okay. I thought, okay, so we just see the foundation now. So it's now complete.
Yes. And that's the issue my clients are faced with. They never envisioned that there was going to be an issue with the driveway. This was just done by the builder. They just assumed that the builder was going to put the driveway as approved, and there was never going to be an issue. But as Ms. Wood mentioned, there's a pending permit that now they're seeking final approval, and that's not being able to be secured because of this issue.
So this house is completely built. This driveway is already poured.
Yes, and my clients closed on the property, moved into the property, never envisioning that there was going to be an issue. They went into it in good faith, again, believing that the builder did what they were supposed to do. And unfortunately, now this issue came to surface.
So in other words, is the space that they should have taken, sort of this tip that I see that's not covered in concrete, was that supposed to be a little bit bigger?
Actually, it was the curve would have been closer to the structure. There would have been less concrete there.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was envisioning. Okay.
In our staff report, I see what it was designed to be.
Right. Yeah. Right. That's what yeah. So it's just, it's that little tip in front that should be more green space, right? That corner.
Yes.
Okay. Board
Jude,
member.
do we have any pictures? Jude, do we have any pictures?
I did not secure pictures. I apologize.
And we don't have any pictures of the existing house, right, Shu?
We do not have pictures of the existing house.
It would be kind of nice to see what it looks like, but.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
It looks like from the original site plan that was approved as compared to the new one, that the curb cuts are wider as well.
Right.
Are the curb cuts that are existing, are those within the allowable width limits?
Sue, can you answer that?
I believe the curb cut typically would have minimum requirement. And I'm not sure if that is part of, I don't think that's part of the variance review anyway.
Okay, so as they're set, they're okay.
So the 22 feet and the 21.3 feet is acceptable curb cut width, Shu?
For zoning review, I believe so.
So she's saying yes, Tom.
Thank you.
Because, I mean, that other case, there was a limitation on what those could be. Other board members that have questions?
Maybe I just have a comment. I'm sympathetic to the homeowner's plight here, but on the record we're given, I'm not sure about the practical difficulty showing that's made here through no fault of council or the homeowners. It's just, I think the remedy for them is this builder who's absconded off to Oklahoma, unfortunately, and that's kind of what I'm seeing here. And it's very unfortunate, and I'm sympathetic, but that's what I'm looking at. I'm one board member.
Okay, any other comments?
No.
All right, any other information you want us to consider, sir?
No, I again apologize that I did not secure photos, current photos of the property. And I do understand, the avenue of civil litigation. I just wanted to pursue this possibility first, just because, and I'm not trying to ask for any sympathy here, but the homeowners are very good people. They would never do anything to hurt anybody. They were shocked by this. And I don't even know, honestly, they never even thought about suing the builder. They've had a number of issues with the builder. I mean, this was, they had to delay their closing on the property 3 times and stay in a motel for an extended period of time. I mean, there's just issue after issue. This was just, I hate to say icing on the cake, but just more of a difficult situation to one that already existed and caused lots of problems for the owners, my clients. So I can appreciate, the input of board member. This is all I have to go with. So this is just.
Yeah, I think the board is sympathetic. I think we understand the situation. The problem is that this is not, if this was a 1 or 2% variant, I don't know that the board would have a huge issue with that, things like that. But this is quite a bit. It's getting close to 11%. And so I think that's what you're hearing. That's quite a bit of, I mean, basically over 50% of the front is covered with concrete. That's a lot. So, okay. Other questions for the applicants, council? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
sadly, I move that the board in case number 66 deny the application for the front yard area variance.
I have a motion for Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Do I have any nays?
Nay, Ebbets.
Thank you, Mr. Ebbets. And chair votes with the motion. The request is denied 4-1. Thank you, sir. Good luck with chasing that company down and making them fix that.
I appreciate your time. Thank you to all. Thank you.
All right.
I don't think their lack of success is related to Kansas City.
Yeah, really. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, let's move on to the next case, which is docket number 21, case number 67, with an address of 8308 East 92nd Terrace. Is the applicant online? Please raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, this case and the next case are companion cases.
Okay, I will call them both. Thank you, Shu. Let's also call docket number 22. That case number is 68. The address there is 8309 East 92nd Terrace. Again, is Ms. Brown online?
I don't see her online and no one else is raising their hand.
Okay, and these
Do you-
cases are requests for variance, correct?
That's right.
And does she own both homes?
Yes, she does.
Okay,
Someone named Wainsworth Anderson has raised their hand, so I will promote them.
okay, that's fine. She may not be here. We'll see who it is. And I'm sorry, Joe, what was his name or her name?
Wainsworth Anderson, I believe.
Is it Mr. Anderson? I can see a black square. Can you unmute yourself, please? Mr. Anderson, I can't hear you. Is your volume up?
Yes, it is.
Oh, now I can hear you. Are you connected on these cases in some way?
I am the attorney for the homeowners association.
Oh, okay. So are you here in opposition?
Yes.
Okay. Have you talked with Ms. Brown in the last week? Was she intending to be here today?
I haven't spoken to Ms. Brown.
Okay. And you don't see, and Joe, you don't see her in the list of attendees?
I do not, and I have not received an email from her either. Sometimes people email us if they have to drop off.
Okay.
Shu, have you heard from her?
Hear you.
You're muted, Shu.
Yes, Shu, we can't hear you.
I'm trying to locate the most recent email I got from.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, bear with us for 1 minute. Let's see if we can figure out if she's going to appear today. Joe and Shu, these cases haven't been continued before, correct? This is the first hearing.
Yes, this is the first I'm hearing. I have not heard back from her since the last time I contacted her, because one of these cases have not been paid. The invoice is still pending.
Okay.
And I haven't heard back from her since then.
When was the last time you spoke with Ms. Brown or communicated with her?
Let me double check. So the last email I sent to her was September 11th.
And you've heard nothing back from her since then?
I believe so.
All right. So, Mr. Anderson, and to my board, obviously you heard me ask the question. This is the first hearing for these cases. We're in a time of COVID where people's health sometimes happens and they're unable to communicate. So I don't know what the situation is. I guess I'm one board member, but I'm somewhat concerned that Ms. Brown has not paid an application fee. I don't know if that means she's not interested in pursuing these further. It's not unusual for us to at least continue a case once when someone doesn't appear to see if there's some problem. And if it's a continuance the next time and no one appears, then the board has it within their power to dismiss it. So Mr. Anderson, do you want to speak to our maybe continuing this case? And if you want to, I need to swear you in.
I want to pose that.
Okay, let me swear you in then. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so what is your position on the continuance?
I want to pose it.
You won't oppose it? You will not?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
It's hard to hear people sometimes.
I will not oppose it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, board members, what do you want to do? Continue this case?
Chair Bernardo, I move that we continue, or I'd like to recommend that we continue these cases only because it's the first time.
Okay, so a continuance until November 10th?
Yes, that'd be my motion on both case number 67 and 68 to move these to November 10th with no fee.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. These matters are continued until our November hearing. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for your patience today, and hopefully we'll address these cases in a month.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move then to docket number 23.
Page 122, Chairman.
Thank you. I'm almost, you beat me there by 2 pages. Okay, let's go on. Okay, so docket number 23, case number 71. The address is 7121 Chestnut Avenue. If the applicant is online, please raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, of what I believe is the applicant, sorry, I just lost this, John Shebam.
Mr. Shebam, are you, I can see, can you take up, can you turn on your microphone?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I cannot see you. Do you have video?
I don't believe I do.
Okay. And sir, can you, let's take the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you're here, you're the applicant, correct, in this case?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anyone else online who's here to either support or oppose this request for the special exception for the height of a fence or in the front yard?
Madam Chair, someone named Wilbur Dunnell and Dorothy and Rodney Dunn have raised their hands.
Okay. I had to promote them. Somebody's got their phone on, if you can turn it off. Mr. Dunnell, can you take your microphone off? Can you turn your microphone on? And what was the other people's name? Dunn, I think. I can't see their name.
Dorothy and Rodney Dunn, I believe.
Dunn, okay. Can you, Mr. Dunnell, can you speak? I can't hear you. Is your microphone up?
Yes, I'm here now.
Okay, I can hear you. All right. Are you here in support or opposition of this fence height question?
I'm here to find out really what's going on. I guess it's
okay.
in opposition.
Okay. All right. Well, you'll be learning with us then. So if you wish to speak, we'll talk to you after we hear from the applicant. And then is it Mr. and Mrs. Dunn? I don't know who's there. Can you speak, please?
Yes, Mr. Dunn, Darcy Dunn.
Okay.
In the same position as Mr. Dunn is Mr. Donnell next door.
Okay.
We don't know if we approve or opposing because we don't know what's going on. So.
Okay. Well, we're all going to learn together. Fair enough. So, folks, we'll all come back to you after I hear from Mr. Shebam. Okay. So sit tight and let's go forward. Mr. Shebam, have you reviewed the staff report that's connected with this application?
Yes, I have.
Okay, on page 2 and 3 of the report, there are 10 administrative exhibits that have information connected to this application. Do you have any objection to the board admitting those for consideration this afternoon and making the decision about this application?
I do not.
Okay, administrative exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. And Shu, you have this case again. Would you please do your presentation, and then we'll have questions for Mr. Shebam, and then we'll talk with Mr. Darnell and Ms. Dunn.
Sounds good. This case in front of you is a special exception application for 7121 Chestnut Avenue. Okay, I got lost. Here's the general location of the site. It's located on the east side of Highway 71. More specifically, it's located on the east side of Chestnut Avenue, in between North Gregory Boulevard to the north and south and east to 72nd Street to the south. So currently the site is zone R5 with most of the single family uses on site. Directly to the north, there is a vacant lot, and north of that is a church use. And south of this subject site, these are single family houses. Here's the view looking east from Chestnut Avenue at the subject site. It's undeveloped with some trees on site. This is the view looking west from Chestnut Avenue. Again, there's Highway 71 on the west side beyond these bushes. This is the site map provided by the applicant. The applicant proposed to construct a building of approximately 25 feet by 30 feet with the use as a Spire energy regulatory station, which we define as utility base or minor use on the site. And as you can see, this red line with dots over here indicates the location of the fence that they're proposing to be 6 foot tall. And the majority of it is located in the front yard. These are some of the pictures provided by the applicant indicating the style of the fence. They're generally wood pickets with metal or steel frames. And these are some doors proposed by the applicant, what it would look like abutting chestnuts. So our code only allows a maximum of 4 foot tall fence in the front yard. The applicant is proposing a 6 feet tall fence, trying to screen in the utility use on site. So a special exception amount of 2 feet is requested. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Sue. So, Mr. Shibam, what exactly is this regulatory station? Is this something new to this neighborhood, or has this been here already?
This is new to the area. It's a regulator station. So Spire Energy has a pipeline, from my understanding. Now, I'm not completely in the loop on that. That's out of my scope on this project. But my knowledge of it is that a pipeline is coming through the area, and this is just a 25 by 30 foot building where they will be able to monitor the pipeline and make sure everything is going good with it. They will likely only have to access the site maybe once per month. Everything else will be kind of digital and sent back to their home offices. So it's not like it's going to be a use where vehicles are going in and out of it. Essentially, we're just trying to properly screen. The rest of the fence will be 6 foot tall, and based on the codes, we're only allowed 4 foot in this zoning district in the front yard. So we're just requesting to increase that to 6 foot to match the rest of the fence.
So this, so Shu, can you put up just the vacant? I assume it looks like we saw in the picture that Shu showed us, where you have sort of the, just not that. Keep going back. That, does it look like that now?
Not right now. I believe construction has started on it.
Okay.
They've started to level a pad site.
Okay. And so I see, and looking at this photograph, there is a residential home on the right side of this picture, correct?
Correct.
And then what is the building on the left? That doesn't look like a home, but maybe it is. It looks a little more.
That's a church.
Is that a church? That I was going to say, it looks bigger than a normal home. That's what I was curious about. Okay. So the fence in question, Mr. Shibam, you want it to be 6 foot in height all the way around this space that we're looking here once the regulatory structure is built.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I want to hear from the neighbors. Mr. Donnell, are you there? Can I swear you in?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Mr. Donnell, let me
And
swear.
Mrs. Donnell is here also.
Oh, okay, great. All right, I'm going to have you both. Can you both state your full names for me one at a time for the court reporter?
Yes, we're here. No, we're not agreeing. I just want you to know that I'm here.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Can you state your names, because I'm going to swear you in and we can hear your position on this, okay? So state your names one at a time, please. Are you there? Did we lose you? Mr. Donnell, Ms. Donnell, are you there?
It shows that they're still on and that they're unmuted.
Yeah, I know, I see that too. Mrs. Dunn, are you there?
Yes, actually I am. I'll take my video off.
Okay. Actually, your video, oh, there you, oh, good, I can see you, great. Can I swear you?
My name is,
yeah, hold on a
my
second.
name is Renee Minor, and then my mom and dad, Dorstein Dunn and Rodney Dunn, is also here.
Okay, who's going to speak? Just you or all
I
three?
will.
Okay, then I'm going to swear you in. Okay, state your
Okay.
name again. I'm sorry, Renee.
Renee Minor.
Minor. Okay, would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, so what is your concern about this proposed fence?
Our concern is if it's a pipeline, from our understanding, it's underground. What is the 6-foot fence used for or needed for? And then also, we had no idea that the property was owned by Aspire or what may have you, or that they were doing construction in the area. The photos that you all have, they're like probably 10 years, 15 years outdated because that home there is not an existing home on the premises. And then where they're doing construction is actually in the place of that home, not on that other lot that is there with the tree on it. So it concerns us what is actually being put there and what are the side effects, if any, of whatever is being put there. I mean, we really want to know what's going on.
Okay, so Ms. Meyer, where are your parents? Your parents and you live in the neighborhood?
Yes, my parents live directly behind that lot.
Okay, so that lot, the lot we saw with the trees on it, they live behind it.
Behind it. Well, no, not where the tree is, but the lot next to it where the construction is actually being done at.
Okay, so in the photograph that Ms. Wood showed us, where the trees are kind of, and they're kind of mounded up, then there was I think it was a dark colored car and a white home. You're saying that home has been demolished and that's
a blue home with siding on it, had blue siding on it. That home is no longer existent.
Okay, Shu, can you bring that picture back up again? I don't remember seeing a blue home, so maybe I thought it was white, but maybe I'm colorblind.
Well, it has white at the bottom.
Oh, okay. Is this the house? We see it here just to the right where the car is?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. It is blue. It looked white to me. Now that I see the blue, I see the blue. Okay.
Okay, and we're the home directly behind there.
Where I kind of see, is it gray and maybe a little purple on a door?
Correct.
Okay.
That is not there. None of that is there. That was a garage that was attached to that home, but like I said, that's been demolished for some years.
Okay. So I think what Mr. Shibam is saying, and I think he can speak to this, it appears that they need to build a structure because the pipeline will need to be monitored. And this building is built over top of it. Mr. Shibam, can you explain in a little more detail what this building will be used for?
Yeah, I'll try and do my best. So what I've been described for this building is a regulatory station is where the pipeline will actually surface, and that's what the building is going to be covering. So no one adjacent to the property will ever see the pipeline. It's enclosed inside that building, the 25 by 30 building. It's a building that's been designed. They have a handful of these. The pictures they sent me of one that they previously had was like a two-tone kind of silver gray building. It looks fairly sharp. I didn't see anything wrong with it. And so inside this building, that's where everything would come up to the surface. They'd have gauges and items way over my head. That's kind of Spire specific stuff, their equipment, and that's how they would gauge the pipeline. So then the fence obviously would surround the site, provide security to their equipment, while also kind of screening what's going on there to where it's not a nuisance to the neighbors.
So to answer our questions and to the neighbors that this is going to directly affect, in looking at this picture that we all now see online, are these trees going to remain and the building actually be constructed where this blue home was situated so that some of this green space would remain?
Let me pull up some plans real quick.
That tree ain't there, is it? Yeah.
Are the trees still there, Miss Minor, since you live in the neighborhood?
No, the trees are not there.
So that's been leveled already? Okay. And I'm just trying to understand what portions that we see on the picture is going to be included inside the fence. I can understand for safety reasons. I understand that these pipelines have to come out of ground so that they can be regulated for the safety and the flow. And it would probably be the right move to fence them in so people don't mess with that and cause problems to the neighborhood. But I kind of want to understand for the neighbors so that we can all picture this, what portion of the property this fence is going to actually enclose.
Yeah, absolutely. So on my plans, and I'm at a disadvantage to where I have not physically been on this site, so I can't kind of help bridge that gap with you guys. But on my plans, the house that you see in the picture is shown south of the fence. So that's also out of my scope. So if that building or if that house has been demolished, I don't have any knowledge of that. That might be a Spire specific thing. But our building would be placed well to the north of that existing building that we see in the pictures.
So more within this green space that
Correct.
being where the trees are.
Yep.
So what's the dimensions inside of the fence?
Let me see if I can get that for you.
On the photo, on the plan that we see on the screen, so on, I'm sorry, who's speaking? Okay, I can't hear who's speaking. Mr. Shibam, in looking at the plan that is on the screen right now, you said the house that we see in the photograph would be to the north, so that would be?
No, to the south.
Oh, I'm sorry, to the south, okay. And north is upward on this picture? Is
correct?
That, yeah.
Yep.
So the house in question that's been demolished would be, Shu, can you put your cursor where that would be generally? So okay. So the house would be here and the church would be to the north of this property, right? Okay. So this is going to be placed how many feet from the street, from Chestnut?
The building?
Yes, the building. How many feet from Chestnut is the front of this little regulatory building going to be?
So from the right of way, let me calculate it for a second.
Shu, I'm thinking it's about 35 feet. Sorry, that's the fence. I have the fence being about 35 feet from the right of way.
Okay, so there's some green space that's going to be then still along the Chestnut curb.
That is correct.
Okay, so this is going to go back some distance on the property. So this little building is going to be?
It's going to be tucked away from Chestnut, correct?
Okay. But it's going to be closer to, I think, Mr. and Mrs. Dunn's home, but offset, not directly where that house that's been demolished is. So it's going to be closer to the church. Does that make sense, Ms. Minor?
It does. My parents went back there and talked with some of the contractors that are back there, and they described something different where it's like directly behind their home. So they're concerned about, their risk to increased explosion or traffic, things like that. My mom babysits, her grandchildren, and
sorry, that there's a really bad squeal. That got better. I don't know what's happening.
okay. My mom babysits and she has, children running around in the backyard a lot. So that concerns her. We understand the 6-foot fence and things like that, but based upon what's being presented, we just don't see how a building 25 by 30, I believe they said, will be able to fit on that small piece of land where that tree is shown in the diagram. And especially with the contractors in the back actually building right behind their property. So, like I said, they're concerned about explosion, and then, the grandkids, anything happening, fumes, my mom said, just the increased health risk as far as being put there.
And I appreciate those concerns. Let me explain the scope of this board's jurisdiction. We don't have the ability to not allow them to have this regulatory pop up here or this building. The only thing we can address today is whether they get a 6-foot high fence or if it's 4-foot fence in the front yard. They can have a 6-foot fence behind the building. That's acceptable. And so our limited scope today is just to allow them to have a 6-foot fence or not in the front. Again, I believe this use is allowed, but we don't have the jurisdiction to stop that. So the only issue that we can address today is the height of this fence. And again, I'm one board member, but understanding what they're going to be constructing here so that the pipeline is maintained, a 6-foot fence would protect people from doing anything to the pop-up line, which I think would protect against any kind of tampering with the system that could cause an explosion. So that, just so that you all understand what our scope is today. We can't say no to this building. All we're going to address is just the height of the fence in the front yard along Chestnut.
Okay. So the fence is only in the front of the yard, nothing's in the back, right?
I think the fence goes all the way around it, and it's 6 foot in height is what I understand, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, ma'am. But in the front yard under the city ordinance, it should only be 4 foot. And so they're asking, rather than having it 6 foot in the back and 4 in the front, they'd like 6 foot all the way around. Am I understanding the request? Is that correct, Shu?
That's correct.
The 6 foot fence will screen it more from the neighborhood.
Okay, we understand that. If my mom wants to know if she wants to ask or inquire more about, this building being constructed, period, who would she need to speak with?
I don't know if there's anyone at the city that can regulate that. I think this is a appropriate use for this zone. Is that correct, Shu or Joe?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's correct. It's considered a minor utility, which is allowed by right in this zoning district.
Yeah, so they don't have to get permission to do this. I think if you have a concern about the size of the building, you'd have to talk to Spire directly and see if they would agree to something different.
Okay. Well, it's the size, we're not concerned. We're concerned about the health risk, the exposure to, the pipeline being a central hub, this area being a central hub for the pipeline. But we understand as far as the increased height of the fence, we're okay with that. The higher the fence, the less, chance of somebody has to get in there. So we're not opposed to that. So
okay, and we're glad you signed on because this is part of this process. So okay, I appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Donnell, can you hear me? I certainly want to hear from you if you can hear me. I'm still not able to hear you. I hate when this happens.
I'm sorry. I had lost connection earlier when you had me on.
Yeah, you know what? I can hear you now. Great. Okay. Have you been able to hear us? Do you understand what's happening now?
I was able to hear you. My concern was the same concern as my neighbors.
Okay.
Is about the safety of the structure.
Okay.
And I didn't know that this was not a meeting about putting up the structure itself. You say that they are allowed to put up the structure?
Yes. So as I was explaining to your neighbors, this is a minor utility regulatory use and it's allowed outright. This board's only jurisdiction is to address the height of the fence in that is in the front of the structure because it's in the front yard. And so they're asking that it be 6 foot in height versus what the ordinance said should be 4 feet in height. And that's the only jurisdiction we have today.
Okay.
So
okay, well, I guess if that's the case, then I guess I don't have any problems with having the fence go from 4 feet to 6 feet.
Okay.
Our problem is it being there. And when he gets through, this is Mrs. Donnell. I like to say something when my husband get through. Okay. Okay, I understand. This is Sharon Donnell speaking. Okay. I understand that we just heard you say that you're not here to talk about the building being there, just the fence only.
That's correct.
And okay, well, we did not know nothing about a rig station being there. Who do we go to and talk to about that? Because we feel like we've been misled and just people just putting stuff in our backyard and not telling us nothing, just doing it.
So ma'am, my suggestion to you is that you try to contact Spire, who's actually doing the construction. You could contact your city council person. I don't know if they can help you because as I understand the situation, this structure is allowed that can be constructed here. Spire doesn't need permission to do that. They own the property. So that's, unfortunately, that's the best I can offer you.
Okay. Okay. And you don't know if they be doing any check-in or anything to make sure like ain't no fumes, there's nothing coming from it for our safety or anything?
I don't know that. I would suggest that if you want to talk with somebody from the city, Mr. Rexwinkle, or maybe someone can give you some different instruction, but the best I can tell you is that call Spire directly, voice your concerns about this to see if they would change the structure's location. That's the best I can tell you.
How are you spelling Mr. Winkle's last name, ma'am, may I ask?
It's Rexwinkle. It's REXWINKLE.
Okay, do you have a number for him?
I believe it is 513 8824.
8824. Yeah, because see, we got a lot of us are homeowners and we've been here 30 years and have paid our houses off and we trying to retire and we don't make the money that we used to make. And another concern is we don't know if our insurance is going to go up because that thing's in our backyard. They don't go take it and put it in the rich folks' neighborhood. Why just dump it there on us and not give us the right to fight for what's right or what we feel is right in our backyard where our grandkids play. And then, like I said, a lot of us retired now. We don't know if our insurance is going to go up now on our houses and stuff because it's in the backyard. They might consider that as a hazard. No one has done no study to tell us anything. And I just think this meeting Zoom meeting should be more than about just a fence.
Well, unfortunately, ma'am, that's all this board's job is. I mean, we don't have the jurisdiction. We're a zoning board only dealing with exceptions to those ordinances that we have to address.
Okay.
Yeah. So that
you don't recognize daycares around here and it's in the backyard where kids play.
Again, that's not something that we're empowered to look at or make a decision about. We have a very limited role. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Okay, well, I just think the zoning board should recognize daycares and stuff like that around them near them. But okay, thank you very much. I will contact the two people you gave me names to, but no, this is not right and I don't want it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we appreciate your comments. All right, Mr. Shebam, are you still online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. Any other comments for us?
I do not have any. I just want to say thank you to Mr. and Mrs. Donnell and Mrs. Miner for participating in this and voicing their opinions.
You might take their concerns back to your client.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Shebam, if you have a Spire contact, is there a name you can give them who they could call?
I do not have a good contact that would field those questions at this point. I think working with Joe Rexwinkle is probably our best option, and he has all of our information and our team's information. So if there's something that we can help out with, Joe can get back with us and we can circulate that.
Okay. All right, board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Shebam or the neighbors, the Donnells or Ms. Miner and the Dunns? All right, hearing no further comments or questions, then I would entertain a motion on this request.
Madam Chair, in case number 71, I move the application be granted in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second, Ebbets.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And Chair, do I have any nays? And Chair votes with the motion. The request for the height exception is granted. Thank you, folks. I hope that you can work something out. All right, let's move on to the next case, which is docket number 24, case number 73. The address is 1407 Grand. Is the applicant online? I think this is Mr. Cabrera. Are you there?
I am online. Jonathan Mugman is going to be talking as well.
Jonathan Mugman is online as well.
Okay, I need to swear you both in. Will you please take the oath with me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, and could each of you state your full names for the record now that you've been sworn in?
I'm Jonathan Mugman of Populous at 4800 Main Street in Kansas City, representing T-Mobile Center.
Okay. And Mr. Cabrera, go ahead.
Hugo Cabrera with Populous.
Okay.
Your assistant Jonathan representing T-Mobile.
Is there anyone else online who's here to either support or oppose this request for variance? If so, please raise your hand to be recognized.
Madam Chair, several people have raised their hand. Gary Berlin, Angie Lovett, Michael Shalfie, Brian Dahl, Elizabeth Walker, and Shawnee Tate.
Okay.
I'm going to promote one at a time, starting with Gary. There's multiple Garys. I'm not sure which one to use.
Okay.
I'll try.
This is going to take us a minute to figure out who everybody is. Mr. Berlin, I can see you. Can you turn on your microphone? I can see you. Can you state your name, Mr. Berlin?
Yes, my name is Gary Berlin. I'm also with Populous.
Okay, so you're the Populous. Okay.
Yes.
Who else do we have? Mr. Dole?
I'm Brian Dole at T-Mobile Center.
Okay, so you're here with the applicant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Michael, is it Chaffee? Chaffley?
Chalfie, sorry about that.
I'm sorry, Chalfie, and you're here with T-Mobile as well?
Correct. I'm the assistant general manager at T-Mobile Center.
Okay, and then I see another Gary Berlin. Is there two Gary Berlins, or do we just have someone misnamed?
Just one.
Misnamed. Just one. I'm Danny Burns with T-Mobile Center.
Okay, Danny, could you turn up your microphone a little bit? Okay.
Danny Burns with T-Mobile Center.
Okay, you're really faint.
I'll go back on mute.
Okay, all right. That's all right. Okay, and then I have Elizabeth Walker. Are you here, Ms. Walker, in support, opposition with the applicant?
In support.
Okay. This is like playing Hollywood Squares. Let's see, who else did I miss? Is it Miss Tate or Miss Levitt? I see Miss Levitt. Are you here in support, opposition?
In support with T-Mobile.
Okay. And then is it Ms. Tate, Shani Tate?
Hi, this is Shani. Yes,
Oh,
I'm
Shani,
here. No worries. Thank you so much. I am here in support.
Okay. And then who else do I miss? I see another Gary Berlin. Gary, you're popular, but I see a female. Ma'am, what's your name? I don't know if she can hear me.
This is Tinnen, that's you.
Oh, this is Brenda Tinnen. I'm here in support.
Okay. And then I see a Krista Cummins. Can you hear me, Ms. Cummins?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm here in support. I'm with Populous Architects.
Okay. Boy, this is quite a crowd and everybody's on the same page, it appears. So, okay. Anybody here not in support of this application? Okay. All right. Who's going to do the presentation for the applicant?
Jonathan Mugman from Populous.
Okay. So I'm not going to swear everybody else in yet. Jonathan, is there anyone else that needs to speak?
Sometimes I have a unstable internet connection during the past 2 hours. I've noticed 3 hours, even though.
Okay, I know.
So Hugo Cabrera would be a good one to. But I think he was the first one on.
And we already swore the two of you in. So is there anybody else that I need to swear in automatically?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Let's try to get this started. All right. Let's see. Okay. So, Mr. Mugman, have you had a chance to review the staff report for this request?
Yes, I have.
Okay. On page 5 of that report, there is a list of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9. Any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And among those is a PowerPoint presentation. Shu, let's start there and then we'll hear from Mr. Mugman and maybe all these other nice people.
This case in front of you is a variance request. That's related to the T-Mobile monument sign, which was the Sprint Center, formerly known. It is located in downtown, in the Sprint Center, now T-Mobile Center. And I'm sure we're all familiar with the site. It is bounded by 13th, and then Highway 670 or I-70, and then Grand Boulevard and Oak Street. So this monument sign, there is an existing monument sign currently located to the east side of the building on Oak Street, and the applicant is proposing to remodel the sign. So here's the view looking southwest from Oak Street. As I stated, this is the existing Sprint sign. It is located fairly close to Oak Street right-of-way. There is a minimum setback over here. The applicant proposes to remodel the Sprint sign and change it to T-Mobile sign with a version of a digital sign located in the center of the sign and the T-Mobile channel letters on top of the sign. So there are a few variances they requested, and they deviates from the existing sign: the height, the setback, and the signage area. So the applicant proposed a new signage area of 167 square feet, whereas the existing sign of the signage area has 210 square feet. And also the applicant proposed a 23-foot tall sign, and whereas the existing sign is currently 21 foot tall. And another difference is the setback. The minimum requirement for the setback is 10 feet from the property line. The existing sign has a little over 5 feet, and the applicant is requesting a setback of 7 feet and 3 inches. So in conclusion, the existing sign is in nonconformity with our current code. The applicant is actually closing the gap for the property, for the setbacks of the sign and the square footage of the signage area, but the applicant is increasing the height of the sign by 2 feet compared to the existing sign. Not sure if I confused you guys, but there are a few variances staff reviewed for today's code. The first one is the height. The maximum allowable height at this location is 6 feet, and the applicant is proposing 23 feet. Again, a variance amount of 17 feet is requested. The second variance is for the signage area. The maximum allowable signage area is 50 square feet. The applicant is proposing 166 square feet. A variance amount of 116 square feet is requested. Oh, let me correct this. Let me correct this one. This one, the applicant is proposing a signage area of 167 square feet. So a variance amount of 117 square feet will be requested.
Okay. Board members note that for future reference, okay?
Yeah. And then the last one is the setback. The minimum required setback is 10 feet, and the applicant is proposing 7 feet and 3 inches. So a variance amount of 2 feet and 9 inches is requested. And again, there is an existing non-conforming sign, and I just want to bring it to your attention to compare what they're proposing to what is existing there. That shall conclude my presentation.
And Shu, there's no issue with this internal illumination that they're requesting on this new sign that doesn't presently exist in the existing sign.
We do allow digital sign at this location. We just have to conform with the required conditions for digital signs,
okay, including
the brightness and changes of pictures, and they're all listed in the code.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Mr. Mugman, why do you want to make it taller?
May I go through my presentation, and as part of that, I will describe that, or do you want me to specifically?
You can go through your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. T-Mobile Center is in the process of upgrading an existing non-conforming sign. At the original time of construction, there was no applicable codes for the sign of this type to follow. The sign now falls under 884507A, as Ms. Shu just described. Monument signs and a variance are being requested for the setback, as noted, size and height, in order to upgrade and rebrand the sign as we have the facility. The proposed upgrade reduces the existing non-conformance in setback and size, but increases the non-conformance in height to improve visibility. The code 884507A, as written, which allows for a 6-foot maximum height sign and a maximum area of 50 square feet, is not appropriate for an event facility of this type. This is a venue with almost 20,000 seats in a downtown setting. Many event centers throughout the United States have similar, if not larger, pylon signs promoting their facility to what was existing and proposed for T-Mobile Center. 884507 is labeled as a non-conforming code, specifically listing uses like offices, commercial, manufacturing, and as such, we propose that it was not considering an event facility of this type as it was written. This is not atypical, as many cities overlook this type of facility when writing code, but later on identify an area like this specifically as a unique district with sign allowances written specific towards event type uses and not a one-size-fit-all as we have currently. The code is also restrictive as written, as it prevents the successful and necessary promotion of the event center. The facility has the right to promote itself, and given the urban context with trees and on-street parking, speed of traffic, and the scale of the adjacent buildings, a sign as allowed per the current 884507A is unnecessarily restrictive and places an undue burden on our facility's ability to be successful as a business.
Are you finished with your presentation?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, I am.
Sorry, you just stopped abruptly. I couldn't tell, sorry. So to answer my question, you believe the height of 23 feet is needed exactly for what purpose?
For visibility of a facility of this type, as I had noted, the scale of the building adjacent to and behind it, as such, necessitates a height that sort of feels in context. Additionally, the photo that Mrs. Shu provided you was actually of the existing condition is a good example, as there's on-street parking and deliveries all the time at this site. And to have a sign that matches the code requirements for an event type facility of this type, as you see in the diagram on the left, is just not in keeping with this type of facility to be able to promote itself. That's more in keeping with what you would expect at a retail or a gas station type institution.
What type of signage do you have on the Grand Street side?
The Grand Street side has a sign similar to what's in the background behind me, which is on the facade. I can see if I can move over a little bit,
Okay.
which is allowable based upon the code. This sign that you see in the presentation of the screen would be the only real sign that is close to the street in any normal way. The others, any on-building signage is over 100 feet between the right-of-way and the building itself.
So Mr. Mugman, so that the board is clear, how much signage does the structure have under the rebranding? What's proposed? So the sign that we see behind you is actually on the structure of the building itself, on the wall of the building?
Correct, on the Grand Avenue, Grand Boulevard side.
Okay.
And then on the south-facing side, there is a sign on the rooftop, which is really not visible from the adjacent street. It's visible from a great distance away. So on the south side facing Truman Road, as you see here on the south side of this, or the bottom of this image.
Okay.
And then on the side facing Oak Street, we have a relatively small sign on the building, which is, as I said, about 100 feet from Oak Street right of way. That's just a sign directly over the entrance. That's rather diminutive. And this would be the main entry sign on this west face of this building that we're asking for your allowance upon.
Okay. And Shu, bring back the photograph with the proposed sign, because I think right there I see it. So there's where you see that T-Mobile sign you're talking about over the doorway itself.
Correct.
Okay. And you think people will have a hard time finding this building?
I think they, as a visitor coming from, I mean, this is an event center that has, as I said, over 20,000 seats. So there's a large audience that might not be familiar, as you and I are, with this building and its use. It's in a downtown setting that has lots of large buildings. So as somebody coming from out of town who bought a ticket to go see an event, a concert and different things, we need to have identification on this large building that lets them know once they get close by that they've arrived. And as I said in my presentation, it's in keeping with best practices for types of buildings. If you've ever been to any event center around the United States, you would expect to see a well-identified sign. I would actually argue that this is rather small compared to some of the other ones that I've seen in other facilities that also has the ability to promote itself and the events that are ongoing.
And the changeable text will change as events happen there. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. As the current sign that you see on the top of this screen has done since the building opened.
I'm just wanting to understand how this new sign will operate. Board members, what questions do you have for the applicant?
Jonathan, Mark Ebbets here. On the south side along Grand, you still have that digital sign there. Is that correct? The large marquee sign?
There is an existing marquee up above the ticket office. Yes, sir, there is. On the opposite side of the building of what you see, our proposed sign is going.
And I was really referring to the one by the entry doors that go down. If you're a semi truck, there's a digital sign that I thought that promotes concerts and future events.
There is a billboard sign on the Grand side that is a overhead billboard that's a part of an outdoor advertising display, correct? That's facing the highway, yes, sir.
Is that not part of the building itself, Mr. Mugman?
No, ma'am, it is not attached to the building.
But is that part of what T-Mobile is paying for to advertise?
No, the digital display is not. It has advertisement for upcoming events for the center, but not specific to T-Mobile advertising.
Okay. Other
One
questions?
one final question, Jonathan. The digital on the Oak Street side, the one you're asking about, that's on both sides of the sign or just the one side?
Yes, sir. It is a double-sided sign as it's a two-way road network. So the idea of, as the existing sign is currently, you'll be able to have advertising of the upcoming events on both sides of the sign as you see it proposed here. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members?
Well, I've got a question of staff.
Yes, Mr. Kelleher.
I thought when you started to alter non-conforming sign, you had to remove it. What am I confused about?
I mean,
Go ahead, Joe.
yeah, that's why they're here. That's what they were initially informed, I believe. And they are removing it. And so we told them they couldn't replace it. And not only do they want to replace it, they want to go taller than what was allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions from board members?
No question at the moment, but just an observation on it. I wonder if when the ordinance was being written, and point taken that when you write an ordinance, you can't contemplate all conditions. It's a general rule. We understand what the arena is, but I just wonder if there was a thought that maybe Kansas City didn't want to look like a Times Square or a Las Vegas with really large signs, illuminated, changing, like this. I mean, 23 feet, that's coming up onto the size of the height of a two-story house. It just seems extremely large to me, just one board member.
I guess I would say, I mean, I walk by this quite frequently since I live downtown, and this new sign is only 2 feet taller than the existing sign that's there. I feel like there has been an effort to have more people park on the east side of Sprint Center and use all these other parking lots. And I do see a lot of people find that signage beneficial to know where to enter on that side, since it's not as obvious as it is on the west side of the building. So I don't really have the issue with, since they are kind of reducing some of the other proportions and adjusting some of the other variances, shifting further back from the road and making it narrower, and overall square footage and area of it are less than what is currently there, even though it is slightly taller.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Well, Madam Chair, I just philosophically have difficulty granting a variance of this magnitude to the ordinance. I think that's something that the city council ought to address rather than this board. So I'm just expressing my concern.
Everyone gets to do that. That's the beauty of America. Any other comments? Mr. Mugman, I'm going to give you the last comment. Anything else you want the board to consider before I ask them to vote on this issue?
No, ma'am. We appreciate your time and consideration.
Is there anyone else that you would like to have speak that has come here today in support? Mr. Berlin, I see a raised hand. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, I would like to.
Okay, can I swear you in then?
Absolutely.
Would you raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So as a father of 3 teenage boys who often go downtown to frequent events, and now they're all driving, but prior to that, having a landmark that was easily visible to be able to drop off and pick up, and or a meeting spot such as that. And as you know, we've attended, or they've attended other venues downtown that didn't have quite the visibility that this does, and a meeting place. So just as a parent with you know, 3 young boys, or 3 young men now, that's a great landmark for me, or as a parent to drop off and pick up kids that attend concerts and events. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, well, thank you all for participating today, even though a lot of you haven't spoken. It shows that there is support within T-Mobile, at least, and Populous for this. We appreciate that. All right, any other questions from board members before I ask for the vote after Mr. Berlin's comments? Okay. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this request. Folks, I need a motion.
Chairman Otto, I cannot remember the variance that was in question. I think it's variance B for 117.
Hold on a
Help me
second.
out.
Yeah, so let me pull this up. So
That's what I wrote down.
it's variance B. It's the maximum area variance. So variance A was the maximum height, and variance B was off by a foot. That should be 117 versus 116. And C was a request for.
But none of those were, oh, sorry, excuse me. None of those were different, Chairman Otto. It's just variance
That's
B.
correct, just B.
Yeah.
Just B.
So, Madam Chair, in case number 73, I recommend the applicant be granted their requests in accordance with site plan staff reports, except for variance B being 117 inches.
You mean feet, right?
Feet. No, not feet. Oh, 117 square feet. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
117 square.
So your motion is to grant the request subject
Yes.
to that
Yes,
that change. Do I have a second to that motion?
I think this is a unique situation, given there's already a sign and it's a stadium downtown. So I'll second that motion.
Okay, I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
And I have an opposed. Okay, so I have an aye from Mr. Ebbets, an aye from Mr. Banuki, a nay from Mr. Stiller, and a nay from Mr. Kelleher. And chair votes nay. The request is denied. Thank you, folks. We have one more case today,
Thank you.
which is docket number 26. Case number 31. The address is 2211 Charlotte Street. Would the applicant please raise your hand to be recognized?
Madam Chair, I just promoted someone named Joanna Jackson.
You're Joe Tyndall.
I'm sorry, sir, what's your name?
My name is Joe Tyndall. I'm the owner of Grandmark Signs.
Okay. Mr. Tyndall, would you please raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Is there anyone else online who's here to either support or oppose this request for a special use permit?
No one is raising their hand.
Okay. Mr. Tyndall, have you reviewed the staff report connected to the application today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. On page, it's a long report. On page 6 of that report, there's a list of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 8. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider today?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 8 are admitted, and
Madam Chair, it's 1 through 9.
Oh, it's 1 through 9, okay.
Yeah, there's a double number there, 7 is.
I see that. I didn't catch that. Okay, so exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Olafu, I think I need to swear you in.
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Olafu, why don't you do your presentation and then we'll have questions for Mr. Tyndall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just share my screen. Can you guys see?
We can now.
Yes.
Okay. This next case is a request for a special use permit, and it's located where my arrow is pointed, just Hospital Hill, just south of the downtown, or south of the crossroad. Again, the address is 2211 Charlotte Street, just off Bruce Watkins and East 22nd Street. Again, this is the site. Back in 2018, the city council approved the demolition of the existing building and approval of a new building at this location. So it's a 4-story office building and a parking lot on the west side of Charlotte Street. This is a view of the new building to the left and the existing. So what it is University Health 1, that's the old building, and University Health 2. Part of the approval also approved the construction of a skywalk over East 22nd Street and another skywalk over Charlotte. So this is a picture of the existing building. So the request before you today is to approve a banner on what is the west wall along this side. And then there's also a request for a variance. So today's action is to approve a banner on the west wall, and then a variance on this, what's UH2, University Health Building 2. It's a medical office building. This is the banner on the west wall. The west wall is a temporary wall. In the future, there's a proposed second medical office building, another 4-story building that will be constructed anywhere from 2 to 5 years. So the recommendation was to do an art piece, but because it's going to be covered by a building, they've chosen to go with a temporary banner, which will be temporary in nature for a period of about 5 years. So the banner is 27 by 27 for a total of about 729 square feet. And staff's recommendation at the City Plan Commission on the 6th was for a period of a year, but City Plan Commission did approve this for a period of 5 years. So this, again, is going to be located at that site. This is the wall, and the anchors for the banner, as you can see, are already in place. So the recommendation by City Plan Commission was for approval subject to the 4 conditions. So, one of the main conditions, which is number 3, is that the banner shall be maintained in pristine condition at all times and must be taken down if it begins to show signs of distress as determined by staff. So the fear was, if it just stays up there, then it gets weathered, especially with the eastern sun. But this was the recommendation of the approval. The applicant, within the sign package, we have a full sign package that was submitted for the overall campus. All the signs that could be approved by staff that met the city ordinance were approved and have been issued, and most of them mounted. So this is one of the signs that exceeds the maximum height. The maximum height allowed for a monument sign or ground sign in this case is 6 feet. The applicant has proposed a sign that's 8 feet, 2.5 inches tall. So they are seeking a variance in the amount of 2 feet, 2.5 inches. So to the right is the sign that meets the ordinance. And then the left sign is the sign they would like to go with, a little larger and bigger. And I did include the applicant's statement of difficulty in my staff report, and the applicant's also on the line to tell you why they would need the variance for 2.25 feet. With that, this went to City Plan Commission. on October 6th, and the recommendation was for approval. That ends my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Tyndall, why do you need these parking signs to be so, why does it need to be taller?
Well, that's a very good question. The reason we want it to be taller is because when it was originally designed by the architectural firm, it was designed for maximum visibility for people who have eye impediments in terms of being able to see things at night and during the daytime. And that's why we came up with the height that we requested, the taller sign. Making the signs shorter by a little over 2 feet for perspective would reduce some of the copy size by 40%, which we think is significant when especially when you're dealing with elderly people and people who have just difficulty seeing from a distance. Because this really is it's called a monument sign, but it's really, we consider more of a wayfinding sign because it'll be used to help direct people to the visitor parking area for the hospital.
And I don't know that I saw a great picture that shows where exactly this monument sign is going to be placed.
Is that the correct location, Joe?
Yes, it is. Yep.
So East 22nd, Charlotte, and so if I go on my, so it's going to be placed right around where my arrow is.
Okay,
Yes.
go back, stop right there. So, nope, stop right there. So this is Charlotte, correct?
No, this is East 22nd Street.
Yeah, Charlotte is up at past the skywalk, right?
Yeah, Charlotte is past.
Okay, and they're constructing a new garage, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
There is an existing garage which they tore down. They tore down the building, tore down the garage, and built new garage and new building.
Right. So this is going to be on the side of the street on Charlotte where the garage is now, correct? Being built or has been built.
It's under construction.
Right. Okay. But if I'm understanding the diagram, it's on the garage side of Charlotte.
Yep, and there is a drop-off loop across the street. This is a drop-off loop with a plaza setting, so you can drive in and drive out to drop off at the new building. And there's a skywalk that goes over here. So there's signage on the skywalk, and then this is the one that directs people to the parking.
And the street on Charlotte is just two-way traffic, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And how far from the street will this be placed?
Should be 10 feet.
Okay. And the space all around that's going to be concrete, is that correct? Is open at that location until the structure, there's some distance of feet, correct?
There's sidewalk, and I think.
And is there a skywalk between that garage and the new building?
Yep, right here where my arrow is.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's what I'm looking at this diagram. Okay, so I'm just familiar with that area. And I guess I'm just trying to understand why it's not going to be visible. I mean, there's really not anything there other than buildings, and they're looking for parking, and the P is so prominent and such a notifier of parking, Mr. Tyndall.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, but please.
I can't hear you. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
Please keep in mind, though, if we go with a smaller sign, just for perspective, that P would have been 18 inches tall. It'll drop to 13 inches tall. That's a significant decline in terms of the size of it. Especially if you're trying to view a sign at night, it really does limit your sight distance for the sake of 2 additional feet in height.
I guess my concern is there's already a version that looks like it works that meets our zoning requirements with the scaled down version. So it doesn't seem to me as there's a really a difficulty here achieving what you need to achieve at the smaller scale.
But please keep in mind again that you're talking about reducing some of the letter height by 40%. And, you know, if you have difficulty seeing, which a lot of elderly people do, that's a big difference.
Do you have any comparison on the existing signage along that street? I walk over there quite a bit in terms of how these compare to what is already there.
Are you asking me that question?
Yes, sorry.
No, I don't. I don't.
Well, you know, something else I'm looking at is that reduction by 40%. That's if everything is proportionally reduced 40%. You know, might there be a version where the P, that 18-inch, could remain, and as opposed to just simplistically reducing everything by a percentage?
So you're asking if we could redesign it so it's not 40%? I'm not sure the question.
Well, no, what I think I'm seeing is the desired signage versus the scaled down, where the scaled down is universally proportionately shrunk, as opposed to reducing a height and a width, and yet maintaining some larger letter sizes, a larger parking P symbol and such.
So maybe not scaling it all the way down. Trying to work with the larger font and stuff within your 72 inches.
Yeah.
So we'd have to get with the architect.
We'd have to. I mean, that's something actually I'd have to discuss with the architect, because they were the ones actually. We didn't design the sign; they did.
I see.
So we'd have to talk to them about that.
I'd be interested in their thoughts on that.
Sure.
Mr. Tyndall, is it something, I'm sensing some concerns about what you're asking for here with the board. Is it something that if we continue this case for 30 days and you could talk to the architect and see if there is a different version that might give you bigger letters within the sign itself?
I mean, we can certainly have that discussion. And I mean all respect when I say this. I'm just a little disappointed that, you know, for a 2-foot height variance, which we know will give us, you know, something that's more readable, especially at nighttime. I'm just kind of disappointed that, you know, that this has become an issue, so to speak.
That's okay. We're used to disappointment on signs because, you know, we hear this a lot. So
yeah.
Signs are always tough. People always want them much bigger than they're allowed. And so, as Mr. Kelleher said in a previous case, which I'm sure you heard, you know, we have to enforce what is here. If the council wants to change that, then that's within their prerogative. So, so do you want a continuance or do you want us to vote on the application?
Well, I mean, you're asking a fair question. I'm assuming if you're going to vote on it, you're probably going to vote no. So
I can't pre-vote. I can just tell you I've heard some questions within the board.
Okay.
And Sir Mark Evans here. I don't think we have a problem with the banner, the 5-year banner. That's not the issue.
Okay.
At least I don't. I'm just one board member.
Yeah. Well, I do have a question about that. I've just been on this board a long time. So that's a cloth banner, Mr. Tyndall?
Yes, but it's a very, very, very high quality material.
Okay.
And it has, I can tell you right now, it has a 7-year outdoor durability rating. And we would absolutely stay by making sure it was kept in good repair.
And I at least appreciate that the condition is that if the staff feels like it's looking poorly, they can come to you and make you take it down or refresh it. I mean, I am concerned about something temporary, and I understand the need for something temporary there, but okay, that answers some of my concerns about that. Yeah, okay.
Okay. I would say that if you don't mind, let's go ahead. I don't know why the continuance would really buy me, you know what I mean? Or buy my client, okay? So I think we're kind of excited to kind of get this thing put to bed. So I'd like to go ahead and have you good people vote on this, okay?
All right, fair enough, fair enough. All right, board members, any other questions? Okay, if not, then I'd entertain a motion on this request. So there's two issues. I need a motion. I can't do it myself. Sorry, guys. I know you all want me to, but I can't.
What are the two we've got? We've got the banner.
I'm sorry, Tom. Say that one more time. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Trying to get myself clear here. We've got the banner, and then
yes,
one or two parking signs.
Hold on a second. So if you go to page 5 of the report,
that's where I'm missing it.
Variance A, I believe, is the parking sign variance. And that's the 2 feet, 2 inches height variance. That's variance A in the staff report. And then the banner sign.
That's the special use permit, and it comes with a recommendation from CPC subject to the 4 conditions.
Right. So yeah, so there's 2 requests. There's Olafu's correct. There's the special use permit, which is the banner sign, which is starting on page, I can't remember. I'm trying to find that.
Page 5?
Yes, page 5. Thank you. So that has the conditions you would want to reference at the bottom.
And then you just deny or approve the variance for the 2.2 feet.
So Mr. Stiller, that's right. If you wish to make a motion where the banner is approved subject to the same conditions that the CPC issued, you would say that, and you would deny the variance for the height of the sign.
That's what I want to do.
Is that your motion?
That is my motion, actually.
All right, I think Mr. Stiller has given us a motion that the variance request would be denied and that the special use permit be granted subject to the conditions in the staff report. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Vanucci. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted as stated. Thank you, folks, and we hope that the construction is done soon.
Thank you.
All right, I think that is the board's last case for today. Saying that, I believe we can adjourn unless anyone has any other business we need to address. No? Okay. Thank you,
Happy
folks.
birthday.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye, all. Take care.
Sorry, Teresa, this is Nicole. Joe has something he needs to mention.
I'm sorry, Nicole.
Joe, Joe, you're available.
Yeah, this is Joe. I was just going to announce that the mayor's appointed a new board member.
Oh, great.
That we've reached out to. We're going to set up orientation, orientation with them hopefully soon, so they can join you guys.
Great, great. That's really great.
Look forward to it.
Yes, it'll be nice to have somebody else join us so we have a little more depth in case someone has to be gone like me. So I apologize about next month, guys, but I know you'll handle it without me. Sorry, Mike, you're gonna have to chair. You can do it. It's not that bad. I've been doing it for a couple months. It's all good. If something changes, I'll let you know. Leanne, do you need anything from us? Did you get everything you need?
I was just going to ask if you're done with me.
We're done. You can go away. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Good to see you all. Thanks for the birthday wishes.